What the fuck? Why did I do my boots? There's one. Oh, slide down in the pocket. Wow. It's fucking great timing again. Of course. What of course? Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy boy. Hey, buddy. Come on up. Oh, bud. Hey, bud. Hey, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. What's up, you sweet thing? Are you just being a sweet thing? I think you is. Oh. You're just a good boy. Oh. Brr. A little frustrating dork sometimes, but nonetheless a sweet one. A sweet one indeed. Oh, look at you. Big handsome boy. You dork of handsomeness. Look at you. You ball of handsome. You're just a ball of handsome. Why are you just ball handsome like that? It's unacceptable. Hey. Can you stop? Can you stop with your licks? You and your licks. You and your licks, bro. There you go. Have a little rawhide. Let that distract you for a minute. Sure, that would be a nice little easy distraction from. Anyway, do this here. Ooh. Ooh, nice. That felt good. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Murder. Murder. I can't get that one. Alright, let's get a ball smoked up and loaded. That'll just be about first, fuck it. Whoa! What the fuck? Okay. Hi, Doc of the Seas MC, what up? r/Portland has been taking their step off the deep end. Yeah, I saw that. With basically like, hey, how about if we get the National Guard to just like corral the homeless people into camps? Because, you know, that totally doesn't sound, you know, familiar, you know what I mean? That totally doesn't sound familiar to just, you know, just escorting the undesirables away from society. Away from civil modern society, while also at the same time trying to take this very progressive woke veneer of like, see, we actually care, we actually are, you know, like, wanting to help by putting people into camps. Fucking stupid. At this point, I just see Portland subreddit as two things. One, essentially the unhinged simps of Ted Wheeler, and essentially whatever they cry about and fucking, you know, bitch and moan about, essentially, you know, is a good thing, and whatever, you know, they're gloating about is a bad thing. Basically, that's a summary of r/Portland at this point. At least for me. Like, whatever they bitch about sounds like it's either a very good thing, or at least, you know, somewhat an okay thing, or just nothing at all. And whenever they're like, yay, things are happening, this is good, it's always horrible. So, fuck these degenerates. They're really not trying to be progressive anymore. Well, yeah. I mean, they forgot the whole veneer of trying to pretend to be woke and progressive and shit, to the point now that they just don't actually do that. It's all a fucking marketing campaign in them, and they kind of forgot one of the key things to their marketing. So, as far as I'm concerned, fuck them. Like, I'm really getting seriously done with fucking NIMBYs. And honestly, they're really showing their face in all sorts of places. Like, even Dave Chappelle is, like, going out of his way to, you know, be a fucking NIMBY shitbag at this point. Because there's this housing development shit, which also, from what I understand, it in itself isn't even that great in the first place. And basically was just shutting it down and saying, hey, you know, I'm going to take my brand, basically me, and, you know, divest from this entire city and pretty much, like, kind of kill the industry around here and shit. And then, you know, in order to basically kill this whole, like, you know, housing development shit. And it's like, huh? So basically, just because it's not exactly, you know, the greatest, you know, housing reform type of shit, means like, oh, I'm going to basically fuck over everybody because I'm a little NIMBY bitch, and I don't want all this, like, development happening and shit. What's up, bro? Why do you whine every time I give you a fucking rawhide? Do I have to, like, stop giving you those? Like, do I have to, like, soak it in water or something? Is it, like, too hard for you? Because I see you chew those up all the time. So why are you whining right now? Now you're not. Man, you're weird. Like, what, you want to bury it or something? Weird dog. Oh, what a weirdo. At least it ain't like Vito. But, yeah, I mean, like, I'm just getting real done with NIMBYs at this point. Like, I already was not really, you know, tolerable of them anyway, but at this rate now, it's just exceptionally so. It's like, oh, I don't want the poors, you know, coming in and lowering my, you know, property values because, you know, God forbid I can make a profit off of, you know, some land and, you know, roof over people's heads. Ugh, I can't have this. I must have the, you know, value of my assets all rising, you know, in wealth and influence. I can't have this. No. I will not allow this. It's like, fuck you then, you worthless little privileged rich ass motherfucker. It's like, you know what, good. In fact, honestly, it's like when they bitch about this shit, I just want to, like, double down and be like, oh, so you're bitching about this housing development? Guess what? It just got 2 times larger. Now your fucking community is gonna be torn down for fucking public housing. You have enough money to fucking move. If you don't like it, poke yourself up by the bootstraps and move. Find another little suburbanite place to fucking parasitically plague and infect. Get out of here. I mean, it's, like, honestly, I just, like, whenever I hear him crow, I just want to, like, go on the offensive so much. Because, oh my god, they need it. I mean, also, from my understanding, at least for the whole Chappelle thing, it's like, he is freaking out because, like, his little tiny small town is not going to be developed because, like, different fields and different little areas around the, you know, the region are not going to necessarily, like, be, you know, valuable anymore, you know, for all these other, you know, houses that are there and shit. And it's like, what? It's like most of these are just like fields and like cornfields that barely have fucking corn and shit. It's like, what? This ain't like, you know, fucking Springdale, Oregon or some shit where it's like a tiny ass little small world countryside village practically. Where just like patches of like cabbage fields here and there and shit. It ain't anything like this. It's just like barren field. It's like the fuck? It's like, no, put some houses there. Affordable ones. Cry about your fucking little property values dropping. Seethe, fucking NIMBY little libs. Whine more. While you fucking chug on some wine. In a desperate way to fucking cope with the escapism of having to deal with a poor that might have, like, you know, a shirt that might be a little too tattered. Or there's a hole in his pants. Oh god. He's not wearing a perfectly neat blazer. He's wearing a bomber jacket. And a worn out one, too. Oh my god, is he wearing a snapback? He's not even wearing a fedora. Not even a proper civilized person's hats. Oh. He's wearing one of those poor people snapbacks. I mean, honestly, snapbacks aren't even really, like, considered poor anymore. They kind of been taken over by the hip-hop thing, where now they're kind of, can be hella bougie, I don't know. I guess before they were considered, you know, hip or whatever the fuck, you know, when it came to snapback. I don't even like snapbacks, so whatever. I'm just picking random articles of clothing that don't sound bougie. Oh my god. Did you see that person had a cigarette in their ear? How uncivil. Oh, so unkempt. We gotta get these pores out of her. Oh. Just can't allow this. Did I hear the fuck word come over there from that person over at the bus stop? Oh my god, these pores. Ah. Honestly, I think that's the one that will gripe me the most if people are just like, oh my god, I heard vulgarity. And shit like that. It's like, honestly, dead ass. If I straight up heard, you know, people like, oh my god, my mom's honestly like this, so whenever she hears it, it's just like I have to hear her kind of be like, and it's like, if you weren't my mama, oh my god, I'd really be like, who gives a shit? Like, sorry, but, like, the language is language, and it's nuanced and complicated and diverse as shit. And guess what? There's a lot of words that, you know, are used in a part of the, like, vocabulary of man. I say that specifically because it ain't just English. That's, you know, the language of the world. There's plenty of vocabulary they probably wouldn't even understand in the first place because it's in other languages. I guarantee if I started, like, cursing in fucking, like, Russian, like, swearing every swear word in Russian, my mom would just think I'm speaking Russian, like, you know, random sentences, like, hi, how are you doing? How was your day today? You know, that type of shit. She'll think I'm saying stuff like that. I bet your mom's secretly a Wheeler supporter? Nah. Honestly, I don't even know, like, how much she's aware of Portland politics specifically. If she even gives a shit about it. She does not strike me as somebody that would like Wheeler. Despite probably overall might like the things he would be doing. I mean, well, I guess lack thereof. But, I don't know. I mean, I don't necessarily see her, you know, like, even if she looked at every little issue by issue that he did, even agreeing with that, but I don't know. I don't think she would care. Apparently the proposal was actually Samwise Adams' proposal, and he went behind Wheeler's back to make it. So Wheeler didn't even do it. He just kind of got lumped in with it. He's got lumped in, just like, yeah, you know, me and Wheeler did this, and Wheeler's like, wait, okay, I guess I did. What a fucking little, like, doormat, dude. Ted Wheeler is such a fucking doormat. My God. He got lumped in with it because Adam answers directly to Wheeler. Wow. How incompetent as fuck. I get there, honestly, all in all, there's literally just only one thing that, you know, I kind of like, that I kind of like the r/Portland about, and it's their whole, like, we have a government. We have, like, a local city gov. I mean, it's like, I guess. I mean, they're not exactly effectual or really good. Equivalent of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Oh my God. And when is Wheeler's like fucking election shit? 2024, right? Because if so, oh my God. I'd have to deal with this fucking worthless cretin for this long. 2024, oh my God. I have to deal with him for this fucking long. Man. Ugh. Boo. Man, I hope between now and then, we, you know, like, at least, you know, we, like, get in the sense of, like, kind of Portland aggressive lefties and shit, can actually get kind of a hard ass in there. Because it seems like, I will be honest, I don't remember too much of the election results last time, but from what I understand, the more progressive opponent was fairly close. Not like, you know, like margins close or whatever, but like I said, I don't remember him too much. I obviously, you know, not enough to get close, but it's hard to see around this year, and both are down against a generic opponent. My God, I love and hate this state. Well, more or less, I love and hate the city. Like, there's more to love about the state versus the city. Like, honestly, there's a very strong love-hate relationship with Portland, but for Oregon, it's more of a love versus, you know, the love and hate relationship there. So Oregon itself isn't as terrible as just the debauchery and nonsense of Portland. It's just like, ugh. At least for the most part, the rest of Oregon's kind of quiet, except for, like, this one, like, beach town where the mayor's, like, literally, like, condescending this church for feeding homeless people by saying, hey, feed homeless people less. It's like, what? Like, wow, leave me to defend a goddamn church. Like, alright, I mean, it's like, what the fuck? Like, the one thing a church is actually doing that's good, and the mayor's like, yeah, can you stop that and do that a little less, please? Thank you. It's like, what? It's like, honestly, low-key, I hope the church, like, does it twice as often. Like, legit. Like, that type of mindset needs to come back in America, of this, like, hey, someone's trying to stop your ass, and then you just, like, do it twice as hard and just double down with it. Like, you got, like, some shitbag mayor just being like, hey, you know, let's fucking, you know, like, feed the homeless people and shit. And then you got, like, this mayor who's just like, hey, can you not do that, please? And then the church is like, oh, you want us to stop? And then they hold, like, a fat, big, like, event on, like, a Sunday or some shit after service where they have, like, a big-ass, like, barbecue cook-off where food's free and, you know, anyone who's homeless gets prioritization, you know, when it comes to food service. And just, like, just double down, do, like, food deliveries and shit all over town. Just, like, go all the fuck out. Just all out. Like, that's what they, I mean, it's like, that's what I'd do if I was the leader of that church for whatever reason. I'd just be like, oh, this mayor wants us to double down. Yeah, it's like this. Okay, let's do it. Let's go, boys. I mean, I just go for it. I want to give a fuck. Wait, am I frozen? Oh shit, I am. I didn't even realize I was frozen. There's also a base church in Milwaukee that's run by leftists. Oh, I think I know which church you might be talking about. I know there's like a church near me and they actually just got some renovations, and at this point it looks kind of like a little upper crusty and bougie now at this point, but I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if that's it. I mean, because honestly, the one that recently got renovations, it like pretty much looked the same for literally for as long as I can remember, and then only like a couple years ago did it recently get like a new building. So, I mean, I don't know if that one's it or not. I don't know if you know which one I'm talking about, but honestly, there's like 4 or 5 churches I could think of in Milwaukee right now, just off the top of my head. So, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily know which one's which when it comes to that. I know this much, it probably ain't the one in downtown. So I can find there's 2 candidates running from the left to right, and one's laughable Trump candidate. Go figure.
Yeah, Mr. Guilty looking.
Just enjoying his little bone.
Well, at least it's not getting in my tools.
Well, that's why I got him things to chew on. To minimize that.
Although I think he's going to need a new bone pretty quick here. Looks like he's making quick work of that one.
Well, they're rawhides, but I got 2 more, but I'm supposed to give him 1 a day, so that's his 1 for today.
That keeps your teeth clean.
Well, they're not specifically dental ones. I actually need to give him those. Oh, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, he has good teeth.
He does. He definitely has some healthy teeth.
Yeah, chowing on all them bones.
He's got some good healthy teeth.
When as a kid, I used horse pellets.
Horse pellets?
Yeah, they're like kitty food.
Oh.
They're like made out of alfalfa. They're like yay big around. They come in different lengths depending on how long they get out of the machine before they drop.
Oh.
When they're wet.
Appetizing.
It is. When I was a little kitty kid, I loved them. Those were great. You need to chew on them for hours.
Oh my lord. What the fuck is this? Real life purge, Missouri senators.
Lots of fiber and vegetables. Well, not vegetables, but
there's no vegetables in that. What the fuck?
It's all leafy, like alfalfa and hay. All compressed to like a pellet.
Tasty. Yeah, Missouri.
When I was a kid, I thought so. Didn't taste too bad. But get you on.
I mean, I'm sure they are, but the way you're describing it doesn't make it sound good. Oh yeah, this weird amalgamated, like, horse mystery thing that becomes like a pellet or something. Manufactured wet and moist and just lumps off and you can chew on it. It's like, oh yeah, so good. Oh, give me some of that.
Kitty kibbles or something like that. It's like a little round. And just however far they made it out of the machine before they dropped off, get a big bag of pellets.
Aye, aye. Yeah, so what does it say? Missouri senators want to make murder legal. Huh? Oh, that's not loud.
All right, lads.
That's even louder.
As we all know, Republicans aren't actually people; they're demons.
They're demons.
Who have infested human flesh.
Demons.
And as part,
you gotta look out for the demons. Is Vosh becoming Alex Jones? What the fuck? As we know that, these goddamn demons are sucking out the adrenochrome right out of the children. Like, oh my god, it's like, good lord. Wow, that's. I'm sure he's honestly memeing it, but what the hell? Alright, oh, hold up. They're a bunch of demons, I say, that have inhabited human flesh.
Scheme to bring about the end times. We now have the spectacular Missouri Make Murder Legal Act. That's not actually its name, of course, but, you know, it might as well be.
Since Missouri bill as Make Murder Legal Act.
This is essentially...
The fuck is going on over there in Missouri? Do we need to make it like the Florida principle and just wall it the fuck off? Like, do we need like a big, gigantic dome in the shape of Missouri that's just like, you know, just walling it off entirely? Just sealing them from the rest of the world?
As murder. It's not a joke. That's actually basically true. Missouri senators on Tuesday debated a Stand Your Ground bill that backers say will strengthen the state's self-defense laws, but that a prosecutor has dubbed the Make Murder Legal Act. Republican Senator Eric Burleson's bill seeks to give shooters and other assailants the benefit of the doubt that they were acting in self-defense. If passed, it would mean that prosecutors could not bring charges against people who reasonably believed they were acting in self-defense. Police would need to find probable cause that shooters or other assailants acted unlawfully before arresting them. Stoddard County prosecuting attorney Russ Oliver, who spoke on behalf of the Missouri Association of Prosecuting Attorneys, called it the Make Murder Legal Act. He said the changes would, quote, make it impossible to convict a great number of people of assault. So, let me explain to you. First, I'm going to tell you why this bill exists. It's because Republicans want to kill black people and get away with it. Now,
I mean, that's very blunt to the point, but yeah, pretty much. I mean, when you have like a fucking, especially in Missouri, where you have like a bill like, hey, let's make it so if people shoot people dead, you know, unless there's, you know, actual probable cause in the moment, we won't arrest people, and you know, maybe or maybe not charge them, and all this. Like, what is this insanity? Like, huh? So, at least, I know this much. Remind me to never set foot in fucking Missouri for whatever reason. I literally, like, I mean, unless, like, Zukov is kidnapped and the people are in Missouri, unless that's, like, the circumstance, I am not setting fucking foot there. Like, there's no way in hell. Like, that, what? I guess if, you know, if Zukov was kidnapped and the people were in Missouri, that'd be actually their fucking, that'd be their mistake, considering that if this actually came to pass, I guess I would have legal justification, because, like, yeah, they kidnapped my dog, so I was freeing my dog because they kidnapped him because they're pieces of shit. And I'm just saving my dog. You know what I'm saying, fam? Like, oh my god. Considering Missouri and knowing how they probably treat black people just on a cultural and systemic level there, I imagine they're probably going to be very disproportionately affected by getting shot a bunch of times by people that are enacting some sort of vigilantism because they think those black people are doing crime or whatever the fuck. I mean, there will basically, I forgot what was his name, Ahmaud Arbery, I think? The dude who was, you know, going for like a morning jog, and some people literally thought he was like scoping out a place to rob, and then they just like cut him off and fucking chased him down and shot him and killed him. And pretty blatantly, indiscriminately in a fucking hate, you know, like in a fucking like hate crime, just outright. I mean, it's just like there would be like that would basically be an average fucking Tuesday in Missouri if like something like this were to pass, just straight the fuck up. and they're like, oh my. I mean, are we trying to go back to the Wild West? Like, seriously? I mean, goddamn.
Could potentially do, okay? The way self-defense works right now, okay, is that it's a legal defense that you can invoke as an exemption to the criminal penalties associated with violence you inflict on another person. So, if, for example, you are attacked with a knife in an alleyway, but you have a concealed carry weapon, and you fire and you kill that person, you will, in all likelihood, be arrested. Of course, this varies based on state law, but I'm speaking generally. And you
the
know,
bill's already rejected. Oh, well, good.
In your
that's good at least.
In the subsequent,
well, the actual fuck, it would be required. It would have required police to find probable cause that the shooter acted unlawfully before arresting them. Yeah, which it basically implies that, like, literally anybody who is, thinks that someone's doing something suspicious can act, in a probable cause, that is, like, hey, this is actual self-defense because this person is doing a crime, and this person was, like, defending the community from said crime. So, shit like that, can become a lot more of a leeway of an argument in these type of cases and shit. And there would be a lot of, cases where there can be altercations, between different people, and one of them can decide just to shoot and kill them. It was Senate Bill 666 for icing on the cake. They weren't even trying to hide it. Oh my god, 666! Oh my god, that's awesome. The measure would have given shooters the benefit of the doubt that they had self-defense. Yeah. Which, honestly, like, I'm fine for if it's in your own fucking home. Outside of that circumstance, that doesn't apply as far as I'm fucking concerned. Like, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt if you're in your own house and somebody else is in your house and you shoot that person. Like, I can, because it's like, alright, so this person was probably trying to rob your shit, most likely than not, and trying to attack you, and, and you act in self-defense in your own home. Like, that's honestly about as far as I'm willing to give benefit of the doubt when it comes to cases like that. Because it's literally in your own house, on your own property, and, there's actual, like, marital understanding of, like, hey, I'm trying to defend myself here from a fucking stranger in my home. Does that mean, like, yeah, you should have, shot a person? Probably not. Like, honestly, that doesn't even necessarily mean, like, it's okay for you to shot in the first place. Like, if there's, evidence to show that you didn't need to do that, then you're still gonna be fucking liable for it. Like, I mean, I guess that also does depend on the state and their laws as well. Like, in Oregon, I couldn't necessarily just, shoot someone in my home unless there was actual, like, evidence of my life being threatened or other people's lives in my own home being threatened. If not, then I would also be held liable to charges as well. And also probably never have a gun after that. So, it's, there's certain laws in certain cases where that doesn't even matter either way. Which I think is probably better for the safe side, because, just because someone's robbing your shit shouldn't give you the carte blanche to just shoot them in the face. I mean, it should give you carte blanche to try to detain and, and remove the threat in the sense of making them a threat, but that doesn't mean ending their life or, necessarily even hurting them. Like, just putting a gun to someone's face and saying, get the fuck on the ground, usually is enough. Especially if you have them in a spot where they're cornered, like, that will usually be enough. Hell, like a bluff, you won't even have to load the damn thing. Like, there's a whole saying, like, I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of somebody going cha-cheek with a 12-gauge pump action. Because just that sound alone is intimidating as fuck. Especially in a place where you should not be, and you hear that, you probably want to not be there anymore. So it's just like, I mean, sometimes you won't even need to fucking use it. And honestly, that's what, guns probably, primarily should be used for first. As a symbol of deterrence, like, hey, don't fuck with me. Because if you do, like, this, I have this. I mean, it's kind of at least in my mind, one of the main principles of how they should be treated. They shouldn't be something that should be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna use this on somebody if they fuck with me type of shit. It's like, it should just be like, hey, if you're, coming to invade my property and you hear that, yeah, like, go away. I would leave. And if you don't, then you're going to see the receiving end barrel. If you're stupid enough to attack me, then at that point, then yeah, I might. But I'm more likely to probably just, put a buttstock to your face. Especially when you got like a shotgun that's like this fucking long. I mean, you could just take the end of the barrel, just whoop, have like 3 or 4 feet distance length of just like blunt, just club. They're just like bonk. I actually want to replace the buttstock with a wood finish on it instead of the plastic polyamor on it, just for that. Just so it's a lot more of a harder stock. So if I need a defense measure where I can just bonk someone on the head with it, it hurt a lot more. So I actually want to get the finish changed on that a little bit, at least for the grip and the stock on it. Mainly just for that purpose, and plus I just love wood finish in comparison to like plastic/metal finishes. Wood has just the aesthetic. It has that aesthetic that I like,
Or possibly in an actual trial, depending on whether or not it goes to court, you would need to prove, as the person who exercised self-defense, that the murder wasn't a murder. You killed them as part of that legal exemption. You understand? It was something that you did, and you were allowed to do. You had the right to do so. This is an imperfect, but all told, I think, pretty good system. The burden of proof is on you to prove that you were acting in self-defense. And the reason why that's a good thing is because in a situation where the other person is dead, they don't have the ability to prove that you weren't acting in self-defense because they're dead. You need to be able to prove you were acting in self-defense of your own accord, because
Which, honestly, like, given, especially with this type of law, it's literally just your word versus a dead man. So, that's it. Like, I mean, even in, like, these other cases and shit, when it comes to even when the person isn't innocent of what they've done, I mean, there's been some cases where people have been able to get off just because it's literally their word versus a dead guy. I mean, there's just like, because the person in defense is, well, dead. So what can be said for that person aside for just witness testimonies? And just evidence that, can be used against the perpetrator. But if there isn't enough, and there's plausible deniability, then it's like, well, then it can get off scot-free. And honestly, there's been cases where that's happened when it's not necessarily murder with a gun, but also, with all sorts of things. Like, I think one of the more famous cases, like, with OJ, where it's pretty blatant, he, killed somebody, but, it's different circumstances. He had a lot of fuck you money and was a rich fuck and was able to use a lot of different means in a slippery, parasitical, like, snake ways to fucking, put doubt and seeds of discord in the whole thing, but, point standing, he was able to get away with it, despite killing somebody. Because the legal system, essentially when it looks at it, it's like, well, their word versus a dead person. If there's not enough evidence, against the person, who has their word still, unlike the dead man, well, guess we'll believe the person who still has their word. Because dead men tell no tales.
As cases tend to go, there's only one account of the situation. If it were the case the other way, that the state would have to prove you weren't acting in self-defense, how exactly would
honestly, this is at least, when it comes to if there is a circumstance when a firearm is used, like, in a self-defense merit, like, at least for me, my principle is, I'm not shooting and kill, I'm shooting to, terminate a threat. That doesn't mean kill. That means that threat is no longer threat. So that means that if you're shot once in the knee and now you're on the ground groggling because your fucking knee's shot, I shot your kneecaps, then I don't need, like, all right, the threat terminated. You're on the ground in sheer pain because your knee's shot. Like, I mean, there's no need to, go further. You know what I mean? It's just like, I'm not, like, at least in my mind, when it comes to these, in a scenario, even if it's in my own type of home situation, like, it's like, because if anything, if they have their own word and they're like, yeah, I was trying to rob this person, but then he shot my knee. It's like, yeah, let that hold up in court, I mean, honestly, if anything, sometimes it would be beneficial to keep a person alive, not just for the sake of killing people, just, really just in general, it's not a good thing and wrong. I mean, but, it's like when it comes to a circumstance where if you have the gun and shit, or someone's trying to stab you or shoot you or whatever the fuck, and your life's at risk, I mean, like, it shouldn't be about, like, hey, this person needs to die too now, or whatever the fuck. It should just be about, like, make sure I am safe and this person's no longer, a threat to me. I mean, and that could basically mean, just either the person's detained, disarmed, or on the ground incapacitated because they're shot in the leg or something. I mean, instead of, blopped to the face or, mag dumped. So, because honestly, that just needs to be, like, the culture about, firearms and shit. It's like to, not treat them as like, oh, something old giggity about, and like, oh, I can use this, take people out, or, just something as gun-ho or whatever the fuck. It needs to be treated like a very serious fucking thing, and more as, a tool to use before you actually have to use it, more so than something that you could just shoot willy-nilly and try to, like, think of scenarios how you could be the John Wayne and fucking everything. Because honestly, those are the type of people that distrust more of fucking guns versus people that don't think like that. I legit trust people with guns way more who are like, whatever, I'm not, like, too into them, but I'm not against them, it's whatever, maybe. Or if they're a little bit more like, I'm not about them too much. Like, I mean, I trust them with them far more because I know they're not going to fuck around with them. I know they're going to be very cautious with them. If anything, probably avoid them. So it's just like, I could trust those people fucking way more than, some person's like, yeah, don't take my gun, oh yeah, or whatever the fuck, being, like, hella irresponsible with him and all this shit. Thinking of different little ways to get John Wayne, like, a school shooter, and save the day, or be some fucking hero. They're like a little local mall or some shit because they took out, some local shooter or whatever the fuck. It's like, shut up. That should never be about what owning a gun is about, period. Like, if you're going into owning a firearm with that fucking mentality, then just stop while you're fucking ahead. Because really shouldn't be having one at that point. Because who's to say that you're probably going to be that active shooter at that point? Especially when it comes to scenarios, like if a cop, comes into a situation, like let's say hypothetically, like one of these little self-defense scenarios happens in Missouri, and a cop already happens to be like around the corner, and he hears gunshots and comes in, and the shooting's still going on, and he rolls up. Who the fuck is he going to think is the guy who's doing self-defense and shit? He's going to roll up and see two people shooting at each other, and he's probably going to be looking at both of them and probably taking shots at either both of them or at least one of them, thinking, oh, this guy's the guy who's, the bad guy here, or whatever the fuck. I mean, it's just like, so if you're gonna, try to be John Wayne or whatever the fuck, and a cop happens to roll over and you're trying to take out a suspect, but the cop thinks you're the suspect and shoots you, then whose dumb fucking fault was that? I mean, seriously. Like, to go in with this mentality thinking you're John Wayne is fucking absurd and ridiculous. And nobody should be going in, and owning a firearm with that mentality ever. Because at that point, why should I trust them? Like, they got, like, that itchy, tricky finger mentality.
Situation where, for example, two people, enter a house and then one of them ends up getting shot. They wouldn't really be able to. In this law, this new proposed Missouri law, they wouldn't really have a way of doing that. They would need to be able to find probable cause that you acted unlawfully. Now, I want you to imagine how that would work. Imagine a situation in which one person is dead and the other is alive. How do you find a probable cause that they didn't act in self-defense. It's almost like proving a negative, really. Like, how would you even begin to go about doing it? Sometimes it's possible. You could find, like, evidence that one person was maybe, like, running away, or, like, there was a chase or something. Maybe in some cases, but in many cases, it would be, like, essentially impossible. Which means that in, I think, the majority of murder cases, which would take place where there's no longer any, witness to the murder except for the person who committed it, there would be no way for the police to do anything. They couldn't even arrest them. And if you can't arrest the person who did the killing, you can't question them. And if you can't question them, you can't find holes in their story. You understand? If the state can't even arrest without probable cause, they don't even have an in. They don't even have a metric by which they can begin to establish the facts of the case. They have nothing to work off of. There were two...
I mean, I'm so glad that at least this fucking bill was rejected. But, man, I mean, just the fucking hypothetical of this, it's honestly just, like, insane. Just considering that it was just proposed in the first place. It's like, I mean, really, are we really just trying to go back to the Wild West, like, unironically? Because this is basically the equivalent of, like, let's go back to the Wild West, where if, like, one of the cowboys cheating at poker, you have the legal right to shoot them right then and there, basically. And no one will question it. And it's just like, you cheating son of a bitch, bam, bam! It's like, just fucking, just gets whacked right there, and all the other guys were like, well, he was a cheating fuck son of a bitch. Well, get him outside, put him on Boat Hill, I guess. Guess we'll have to clean up that mess, Alright, back to the game now. Guess we'll put that out there on the house ships over there, alright. Anyway, does anyone want to take his seat? It's like what? Do we want to, like, just whack time going on in the background the entire time? Not missing a beat? It's just like, I mean, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what is this fucking country? Oh my god, dude. Like, it's 1828 again, boys. It's like Wild West time. What the fuck? I mean, at least it was rejected. I'm glad about that, so... but fuck me, dude. They actually, like, like, yeah, like, let's just have good old fucking, just Wild West days again. Like, I mean, there's... Like, I can vibe with some elements about, the Wild West, but maybe, like, the whole, like, hey, you cheated at poker, I get to shoot you, fam. Like, hey, can we leave shit like that out of it? Like, I mean... There's definitely some things about the Wild West, culture that definitely wasn't, bueno, you know what I mean? Like, like, ugh, what the fuck? Jesus Christ, Jesus fucking Christ. Missouri, you're getting the Florida principle with me. There's at least, alright, so there's at least 2 states absolutely for sure that have the Florida principle, where it's like, no, you're getting the dome. You get the dome principle. We're just gonna build a dome around you until we figure out what the fuck is going on. And, we'll give everybody who wants to escape and get out of there. And, Zukov, knock it off, bro. And get everyone some time to get out of there. The people that, are sane enough to, get out. And for the people that, just won't be like, no, my land, whatever the fuck, being weirdo, jingle bingle bullshit motherfuckers they are. Then it's like, alright, well, guess what? Dome. And guess what? You can't leave. If anyone enters, thinking they're like, alright, well, we'll go to Missouri. Even if it's sort of like vacation, guess what? You can't leave here. You're just stuck. So if you go there, it's one-way trip. One way in, no way out. Like, too bad so sad for you, huh? Should have thought about that before entering that fucking blight existent state. Like, ugh. Feel that way for Florida, and I'm feeling that way with fucking Missouri now. I mean, Texas, it's like, like, I guess the only thing that's kind of keeping me from saying that outright for it is that it's slowly moving away from its insanity, to an extent. It's just kind of a slow burn. So, I'm willing to kind of, wait it out a little more before I make a final judgment with that. I'd say just hope for Texas still. For, let's see. Where states get the Florida treatment? Arkansas, yeah, for sure. Alabama, definitely. Kentucky, They got the McConnell family. Dome. Tennessee. Nah, they got Memphis. Nah, they're okay. They got Memphis. Let's see. Okay, so there's Alabama, Arkansas, Kentucky, just on the virtue of McConnell. Missouri, Florida. So at least 5 states. I would say Louisiana, but there's New Orleans. I mean, so that kind of, you know, it's kind of got the Tennessee rule there. It's got like Tennessee's got Memphis, Louisiana's got New Orleans. So that's what's kind of keeping it from the dome. And I guess we could exempt those places from the dome. Just have like a little like hole where those cities are, and then like the city limits and the dome is back. So have like a little safe zone and shit. But nah, well, nah. It's not worth trying to dome, you know, certain parts of Tennessee just, you know, to keep the other place out. Might as well just have it all. Just, might as well. I mean, it's okay enough. So yeah, there's Georgia. Is there anything good about Georgia? Well, I guess I could say this much. I can't think of anything that's fucked up on the level of, like, Florida status about Georgia, so I guess, at least for right now, it's safe from the dome. Though I have an eye on it. I got my eye on Georgia, with the Florida principle on that one. So at least 5 states. And then there's like a couple of them that I got my eyeball on because, like, I don't know. It might be worthy of the dome, but I'm not quite sure yet. I have not made my final judgment and assessments. So, at least 5 states just dome. They just get the dome. No one can leave. If people enter it, they're stuck. Sorry, you're fucked. You're just permanently left there. You're a lost cause. If you thought it was a good idea to go there in the first place, then it's a lost cause. Yeah, so I mean, Missouri and Florida, absolutely, positively, like 100%. I mean, of course, Florida. I mean, the whole idea came from Florida, like hence the Florida principle. I mean, it's, you know, because it's based around walling the fuck out of Florida until we figure out what the fuck is up with Florida. You know, so now we have to do it for Missouri, Alabama, and Arkansas, and what was the other one? I had Kentucky, because of McConnell. They have Mitch McConnell, so they get domed off, so McConnell can just stay there and run his little fucking mafia family from, you know, Kentucky and just stay there. Honestly, if like every single state were to break up, Kentucky will basically not be Kentucky anymore. It will just be known as the McConnell Mafia Syndicates or some shit. Like where the fucking, you know, like, so like just the McConnell family, you know, just runs fucking Kentucky. Has like the different little, like, you know, syndicates of, you know, other like smaller mafiosos and other adjacent, you know, agents and shit, you know. Like under the big umbrella of the fucking McConnell family. Like, oh god, what a nightmare. What a hellscape for Kentucky. We'd get like Oregon would be like a really, like, I feel like Oregon would split in it itself. Like, I feel like Idaho would just go to war with us because they're Idaho. So they would try to take, you know, Eastern Oregon and try to do their whole Great Idaho initiative. So I feel like, you know, there would just be like, you know, the Oregon-Idaho war. You know, I feel like that's just a guarantee, honestly, just because Idaho. I'm blaming Idaho for that straight up. And then, you know, it's just, I could see like a joint, you know, coalition ally, you know, ship with Washington maybe, you know, a little bit, but like, we're gonna be like a little bit mixed though, because you'll get like, you know, NIMBY lib types and shit. They'll probably control a good chunk of, you know, the state. And then, you know, fucking, then you got like, you know, a lot of lefty types and shit, but there's also like the conservative types, but then there'll be like the fucking separatist movements, you know, for the greater Idaho motherfuckers out in like the east, doing skirmishes and shit. Idaho's never actually come out in favor of greater Idaho. Oh, officially, they never have came out. We know those motherfuckers in Idaho want that. They'd be like, oh, this would be great for the economy. Those crazy Antifas over in Oregon are just insane. Wouldn't it be great to just gobble up some of that and boost our own economy? Get a port? Like, you know they secretly are fucking, you know, wanting that deep down. They're just not officially saying it because it'd be bad PR. If, like, fucking Idaho state senators and the Idaho governor are just like, yeah, we want this. Fuck you, Oregon. Yeah, like, that's gonna look good. Just make Idaho a pariah, dude. Oh my god. Honestly, I kind of want them to. I kind of want them to just kind of go balls out. Like in 2022, like if a bunch of Trumpy style, like, you know, Republicans get elected in Idaho and they all just like are openly embracing this whole greater Idaho thing, and then you have like a literal like fraction, like an actual like miniature faction in Idaho like politics, where like the Idaho state, like, you know, House basically literally has like this faction trying to like push this shit like vigorously. Oh god, dude, I actually want to see this, unironically. Let's go, baby. I want to. I honestly do. I'm willing to be accelerationist with that. I want to see that, honestly. Dude, the PR, dude, the fucking like memes and shit. They aren't sure if they support it because the proposal will cost the state money. But it will own the libs. It owns the libs, and, you know, guess what? Jobs, though. You know, like, I don't, like, oh my god, are they really, since when did they give a fuck about if it, you know, costs the state money? What the fuck? Oh my god, get me up. It's an identity crisis between owning the libs and but my taxes. Oh my god, wow, dude. Dude, so I guess they're, you know, slightly above, you know, the average intelligence of the Trumpers, and are actually Eastern Oregon gets propped up by taxes from the Willamette Valley. I mean, they can, well, I mean, it will be like, well, those jobs go into the Idaho economy, and then it will prop up Idaho's, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like, they'll think of some bullshit. It doesn't, okay, is it supposed to make sense? Of course not. But that's how they're going to pitch it. Because Idaho Republicans are really opposed to legal weed. Oh, that's right, dude. If that were to happen, dude, all these cities in Oregon that would suddenly be Idaho that have dispensaries. Oh, fuck, bro. Dude, there actually might be, like, fucking, like, crime wars. Like, not from, like, you know, the dispo owners themselves. Maybe a couple of them. Like, I see a problem specifically from the farmers, maybe. Like, you know, like, Oregon marijuana farmers that might be in these areas. Dude, they might be a little more gung-ho about it, low-key, versus, like, the dispo shops. Because usually they're all like, hey, I just want to smoke weed and, you know, play video games, get stoned, bro, and listen to Fish or something. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's just like, you know, like, I feel like, you know, the fucking marijuana farmers would probably be a little bit more, you know, like, I have a feeling they're probably, you know, just on the virtue of it being rural country and shit like that, they're probably going to be, you know, conservative in their own right, but they're going to be very protective and gung-ho about protecting the weed. And I don't think they're going to let some fucking, you know, state bureaucratic, you know, fuck, you know, whether they're an Idahoan or not, you know, get in the way of that. Oh, dude, there might actually be fucking, like, skirmishes because of that shit, dude. Like a miniature drug war in the Northwest. Holy, dude. That would be fucking nuts. if Idaho were to, like, actually try to, like, if, like, somehow, like, you know, a bunch of those Trumpers actually decide to just, you know, embrace the idea and go for it and just really, really fucking push it and, like, even got some success out of it, dude, holy fuck, that would be, they're like, I'm not even kidding, I'm not being hyperbolic, I think there would be a little bit of bloodshed from that, straight up. Like, fucking marijuana farmers, you know, especially, you know, because, you know, out in the farm stuff, they got private contractors that guard that shit, and they got guns, too. Like, they're not gonna just let, you know, any motherfuckers just, like, walk in and be like, this is done now. Like, we're arresting all of you. They're just like, hey, these are legal jobs that we've had, and all of a sudden we're just arrested now, and you're just like some other state fuck. Who the fuck are you? Like, I mean, there's gonna be some people like that are just not gonna take shit. I mean, plus there's probably just gonna be, like, you know, private owners and private citizens that might have their own little thing going on. You know, because honestly, knowing I know, they're probably, like, hella cracked down and probably go door to door on motherfuckers. I mean, if they literally have, like, state border stops, like, on highways in certain areas on the borders of Washington and Oregon and shit, then they would fucking do this. Especially if they're, you know, getting this new land that all had legal weed and they know people are gonna have it. Oh, hell yeah. Because that'll just boost their fucking economy in a sense that, like, the police and the law enforcement get a bunch of fucking money. Which props up the state funds and shit. Gives them a lot of money. Gives, you know, like, I mean, basically that'd make Idaho essentially co-opted and owned by, like, the police state. It would basically make Idaho literally a police state. Quite a fascistic one, too. Can I help you, Zukov? Eastern Oregon's really pro-legal weed. I think that enforces my point. Because even if there were some Trumpies that would be kind of in favor of this, they might not realize, you know, not all of them might realize, the repercussions of Idaho's very staunchly anti-marijuana legislation and laws. Or at least the ones that, you know, are in favor of it and are pro-legal weed, they will definitely probably put up a lot more of a fight about it. If anything, it kind of forces the point a little bit there. Where, you know, some farmers and some, you know, people that have marijuana ops that are legal and shit might legit put up a fight with it. Probably peacefully at first. Like, I want to think they're going to just, like, you know, go guns blazing right off the bat. But, I mean, you know, I can definitely see a lot of, you know, repercussions and retaliation come from things like that, though. I mean, it's... luckily, I don't think it will ever happen, thankfully. But, I mean, if Idaho were to at least try to, like, you know, or, like, some of their fucking state house legislators and shit did embrace it and try to push it, the PR and the backlash would be fucking amazing, though. Which just enforces the idea that it will never happen. Zook, what the fuck is your... You know you went outside, you know, earlier, right? It's kind of cold out there. I don't want to open the damn door. I'm comfortable in here. I want a cold breeze in here. What the fuck's your deal? Oh, prick. Honestly, I think a lot of it just comes from me just really not liking Idaho. I just really don't like that state, honestly. I am cat, let me out. Yeah, I mean, dude, he really does act like a cat sometimes. You know, honestly, let me try to think of some stuff that is positive about Idaho. I shit on a lot. Let me try to think of some positives. Okay, wow, this is hard. I mean... I will say this, because I have been there before. like, when it comes to just the average people, like, I have been, like, different stores and talked to people that are from Idaho, and one of my dad's friends is, you know, lives in Boise, Idaho, so, I mean, so I'll say this, like, the people are nice, like, I mean, at least, you know, people I've talked to and chatted with and, you know, just kind of like, interacting with, so, at least when it comes to people specifically, they're definitely not assholes. I mean, I'm sure some of them are. And I'm sure, honestly, fundamentally, most of them I wouldn't, you know, agree with their beliefs. But, you know, nonetheless, like, all in all, I mean, you know, they're not dicks. So I can give them that. And geographic-wise, like, scenery and nature, I mean, it's a beautiful area. Especially out in northern Idaho, like, fucking beautiful up there. So, I mean, you know, there's some positives about Idaho, but, I mean, it's not necessarily like, you know, like, it's not really, like, the shit that makes Idaho, aside from, I guess, just the natural land itself, but, I mean, what makes Idaho the state of why I dislike it, you know, doesn't really have anything to do with the people inherently, and it has really fuck all to do with nature. Like, the land it is on has really fuck all to do with it. Really? What's going on? Why are you staring at me like that? Can I help you? Come here, bro. Come here. Sick off. Come here, baby. Come here. What's up, bro? You silly boy. Oh, you silly thing. What is up? What is up? What is up, baby? You sweet thing. You sweet thing. Huh? You sweet little thing. Really? You want to be up here? Sprawling struggling to spend $60 million a year from the Clean Energy Fund. Well, if this money were repurposed for universal sidewalks and improve climate. I mean, yeah, that sounds like a better use of those fucking funds if they're trying to find a way to spend it. Like, make more pedestrian-friendly pathways and, you know, improve climate. And on top of that, you know, like, refurbish some parks that are kind of, you know, going disarray a little bit. Like, I mean, there's definitely a lot of things that they could be doing with $60 million that, you know, could, you know, if they're struggling to spend it, it's like, I could think of at least, like, 5 or 10 different things, you know, within, like, a span of 5 minutes, you know, you know, of different ideas and proposals. Tree cover free spoiling also. Yeah. Well, that's what I mean with, like, refurbishing some parks, you know, adding trees, you know, in places that, you know, have availability for them, things like that. All those would be climate friendly, so a fit with the measure. Yeah. Refurbishing parks, you know, that's, you know, part of, you know, helping with climate friendly measures when you add, you know, different things to help out with, like, especially when they're native plants, you know, put into these different parks, especially more big, massive ones. And then, you know, like, I mean, more trees on residential streets to help moderate temperatures. Yeah. honestly, like, they're about to do some work on the street up that's right next to me up here, and to do that, they're actually cutting down some trees, and it's like, what? Why are you doing that? I mean, honestly, if they're gonna do that, then fucking either plant some other ones or just move them. Like, you can, you know they can, it's like you can uproot them and move them a little bit, right? Like, I mean, it's like that doesn't kill them. During the heat wave, East Portland was significantly hotter than the rest of the city due to lack of tree cover. Damn. Urban heat islands affect concrete absorbs heat. Yep. Same with asphalt when it comes to streets, right? Because I'm pretty sure asphalt absorbs a lot of heat as well. Because I'm not gonna lie, sometimes, you know, I'll like be walking on the asphalt versus like the concrete sidewalks, and sometimes that asphalt is way fucking hotter. I mean, there's like the whole meme where you can like cook a fried egg on asphalt if it's hot enough. Same thing with concrete. If it's a hot enough day, you can straight cook a fucking egg on it. I mean, it will be a slow cook, but hey, you can do it. I mean, do I recommend it? No. I don't recommend it. I guess the surface of the concrete and that asphalt is not, you know, not dirty in the sense that it has, like, you know, bacteria and shit, because it's so hot it kills it. Because if it can cook an egg, then chances are whatever bacteria and all that shit that could potentially contaminate that egg is probably dead. I want to do it anyway because there's still going to be funk and particles and whatever the fuck else. Like, I still want to do it because of that, you know, and ingesting that stuff, but, I mean, it wouldn't necessarily kill you. I say necessarily because, I mean, the funk adds to the flavor. I mean, not that funk. Like, I could, like when I think of funk adding flavor, I'm like, you know, hey, I just cooked some, you know, some hash browns, you know, put a little maple, got all that oil, some butters in there, all that gristle. You know, after I'm done with that, get some bacon in there, finish that up, keep all the grease of that bad boys in there. Fucking, you know, get like, you know, some other shit cooking in there, like saute some onions and all sorts of shit. And once I'm done with all that, and all that flavor's just vibing in that pan, then all that funk, then I put the eggs in there. Because then it just absorbs all that flavor, baby. Put a little salt and pep. You don't need to flavor those eggs. You just put a little salt and pep, and there you go. Boom. Boom, son. Like, honestly, that's what I love about eggs. Like, honestly, if you're making, like, a dish, like, cook the eggs last and put the eggs in. Like, don't clean out the pans or drain them. Just leave them there, and then just let the eggs soak it all up. Like, as you stir it around, you know, like, kind of stir it a little bit while still liquidy, you know, right when you put it in there, and kind of get all the stuff on the pan, you know, kind of mixing in with the egg a little bit. So as you start, you know, scrambling up a little bit, then it kind of gets mixed in and blend in a little better. Like, that's the way to go. Like, I mean, that's why a lot of people will cook bacon first and then put the eggs in afterwards, because it just absorbs all that bacon grease and bacon flavor. But the same principle applies to literally anything else. Like, if you cook some steaks and like a hash brown or two, and then you put some eggs in there, oh my god. Like, I've done that when I made some ramen. Like, I cooked some steaks up, I sauteed some of my veggies, and then once I was done with that, I put one sunny side up in there, and kind of slowly, you know, but surely, kind of, you know, put a little bit of the stuff on the pan, a little bit on top, and kind of gently sprinkled it on the top of the egg as it kind of cooked a little bit while it's still liquidy, so it kind of steeped and souped in a little bit. And once it was all cooked up and I got it out, and put it on top of the ramen and kind of diced it up a little bit, and then cooked, and then like just gently cut open the top of the yellow, where, you know, the bottom of it's all nice and cooked, but the top of it's just, you know, just liquidy enough to be, you know, just that perfect runniness. Oh my god. Oh, that's to die for. Honestly, that was probably some of the best ramen I had that night. And that was like less than a week ago. I should have taken a picture. It was so fucking good. Oh my god. I should have made like a little 5-second video of me just cutting open that little egg yellow hole. That was like sex in a pot right there. I'm not even kidding. Like, it probably would have been TOS to show something like that. It was just too damn good. Like, I have a new affinity for sunny side ups now. I did not realize I love them the way I do. Like, if you season them right, oh my god, they're so good. God, I love eggs. I need to try poached egg. Those look fucking amazing. Like, you know, get a nice poach, you know, take it out. Once it's all boiled up, put a little salt and pepper on the top of it, and cut it right in half. Oh my god. Dude, a poached egg sounds awesome. I gotta learn how to cook one of those. Dude, I love eggs. They're just such a fundamental, like, foundation when it comes to making food. I mean, it's not like the structural foundation for food, but it's like the second level. It's like the level up. You know, like when you know, so it's like, you know, it's a part of the level where you got like the meats and like, you know, some of the veg, like some of the other stuff. You know, that kind of, you know, helps absorb flavors and, you know, like, you know, just adds, you know, extra, you know, to the foundation of like whatever is, you know, below, whether it's like a pasta or rice or whatever the hell. I mean, it's all within like the core structural foundations of when it comes to like food dishes and shit. Oh, eggs are just so amazing. Did I mention I love eggs? So we got finally chilled out. Good boy. Someone else have it on tube. Let's see here, y'all. Man, is there really that much happening? It's a fucking Friday. Like, come on now. Come on here, y'all. Yeah, I'll check out Kyle. See what videos he's got going on. CNN hosts hilariously smug self-righteous monologue. Gross. Well, I'm doozy enough to try it out.
It's hard that Jeff Zucker is gone. Jeff Zucker, of course, stepped down. He was probably pushed out, but he was stepped down because he had an affair with somebody who was working under him. He says it started recently, but the new information is that it didn't really, that he's sort of been with this woman for a long time. He didn't disclose it. He had to at least disclose it to CNN, and he didn't do that, or to AT&T, the parent company. He didn't do that. So he sent a letter and stepped down. And the CNN hosts are taking it hard, which is kind of hilarious. So in comes Brian Stelter. This is, I think, the show immediately...
Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, not this motherfucker. Oh, my God, I hate Brian Stelter. Jesus. Ugh. What a slimy motherfucker, dude. Oh my god, dude. I hate this motherfucker. Sleazy, scummy asshole, slime bag, stuffed suited, little condescending, smug, fucking parasitical. Oh my, ugh. Oh no.
Zucker was stepping down.
Oh god.
And I love this sanctimonious, smug, self-righteous rant. Look, read the banner as this comes up. This is hilarious to me. The banner's like, "This is CNN," and look at some of the stuff he says.
I want to end the hour with a final thought, and I'm going to go a little bit.
No! Oh my god, it actually is. No. I don't even know if I. Oh my god, look at all the fucking corporate sponsorship bullshit. There's Hulu. There's fucking goddamn all the other CNN bullshit in the back. Oh god, fuck me. This stuff-suited little egg muffin motherfucker. Ugh, god, ugh. Reliable sources, dude. Oh, give me a break. This is CNN. CNN. It's like, dude, there's literally like 4 CNNs on the goddamn screen. Like, oh my god. I think I'm gonna have an aneurysm. Holy fuck.
Jeff Zucker's departure was shocking to the staff of CNN.
Are you gonna cry? Are you actually gonna cry? You bitch. You little baby bitch. Are you fucking gonna cry? Holy fuck. I don't think I've ever heard him as, like, straight up, like, emotionally, like, scarred like that before. Like, he actually sounded, like, almost flamboyant, like, when he was doing that. It's like, it was shocking when you left CNN. It was shocking when you left CNN. I'm like, oh my god, dude. Hold, oh my god, can we hear that again?
Thought, and I'm going to go a little bit rogue here, so bear with me, okay? Jeff Zucker's departure was shocking to the staff of CNN.
What the fuck? Dude. Oh my god, you sound like you're gonna cry. Please cry. Cry. I actually want you to cry.
CNN was not built by just one man, not by only Ted Turner, and it was not led only by Jeff Zucker.
He actually sounds like he's gonna cry. He sounds like he's on the he sounds like he's holding back tears. Like he's actually trying to hold back tears, dude. Oh my god. Dude, he actually sounds like he's about to fucking cry.
So much bigger than any single individual. It is about teams and teams of people, thousands of individuals who make up CNN. This place is not perfect. It will never be perfect.
Well, no shit. And by the way, no one's saying you ought to be, quote, perfect, and you're never going to be, quote, perfect, but guess what? It's because you suck so fucking much that, like, oh my god, never mind. Like, yeah, you know what, I'm just gonna say replace perfect with, like, you know, we're not honest journalists here. It's like, yeah, no shit. You know, it's like, here, so, you know, we try to be honest journalists, but we're not always honest journalists. It's like, oh my god, dude, this fucking nonsense, garbage. Blech. Gross. Lame.
Have flaws. We will always screw up. We will always have to run corrections. We will always have to keep working to make it better and better and better every single day. That is the goal.
For our corporate sponsors.
But the people who say we're lacking journalism, that we've become an all-talk channel, that we've run off and we're all opinions all the time.
Because they're all corporate, empty-headed, stuff-suited, sponsored fucking media, talking head pieces of shit. That's why. Yeah, you are.
Zucker led us astray. Those people aren't watching CNN.
Yeah, because you suck. And it isn't. I like how they're putting. Wait, what was this? What? Oh my god! Look at this. Fuck! This fucking face, dude. It actually pisses me off. God, I mean, like, oh, because of Jeff Zucker leading us astray. They obviously don't watch CNN. I want to. Oh my god, dude, his fucking face. Oh, his fucking face. Holy shit, the things I could do to a face like that. Oh my god. Oh, fuck me. Oh, I need to at least, like, oh my god, I need, oh, fuck. Oh, dude, man, this motherfucker, like, out of all the people seeing, this guy's the one that really angers me and triggers me. Like, I'm not even kidding, this guy triggers me. Oh, this serious, condescending, smug-ass, egotistical fucking sociopath. Like, Jesus. Ugh. Do you don't obviously watch CNN? It's like, ugh. It's like, oh, but I love the idea that he's just, like, throwing Jeff Zucker under the bus for, like, oh, he led us astray. It's like, no, it's because you're bought and owned by a bunch of corporate lobbyist motherfuckers, you dipshit. That's why. That's why they're Stelter. It's not because, oh, Jeff Zucker led everyone astray. I mean, I guess him, you know, allowing and accepting the corporate lobbying and the co-option of Big Pharma and, you know, military-industrial complex and Wall Street, you know, to, you know, buy ad seats and shit like that and, you know, ad time on CNN and basically be lobbied and owned by these motherfuckers in a mass fucking corporate collusion. You know, of the loner class, like that, you know, yeah, that's totally not it. It's that Jeff Zucker led us astray because he had an affair or some shit. Like he had a consensual fuck once and he didn't disclose it, so I guess he stepped down. But oh, so shocking, he led us astray. You know, because they obviously don't watch CNN if they think that. So fuck you, you Seltzer mother son of a bitch. Ugh. God, the things I could do to a face like that, holy shit.
They're watching complaints about CNN on other channels that don't know what they're talking about.
Really? Oh, that's the projection there, you slimy fuck. That's some motherfucking projection. Oh my god, the things I could do to a face like this.
Let's put the map up on the screen of bureaus around the world. CNN has more bureaus around the world than almost any other news organization on the planet.
Who gives a fuck? Oh, wow. Oh, so good for you. Your fucking CNN fucking corporate propaganda spreads all around the world. Oh, good for you. Oh, look how much corporate profits and money that we are able to just throw around the way we have a bunch of corporate propaganda that just flocks, you know, all over the entire media around the world. Yes. It's like, shut the fuck up. Oh, you think this is, like, supposed to be some fucking, like, meritable, like, oh, yes, the pride of CNN, yes. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, yeah, that'd be a flex if you actually did your fucking job when it came to actual, like, ethical, like, in, you know, journalism that had some fucking integrity. Need to get some of that integrity for Integrity Farms there, boy. Go to fucking Integrity Farms, get a little bit of integrity. You know, so then you can actually have a little bit of something to flex with this fucking little boast of yours. Fucking CNN, you corporate schlock shit. There's a reason why there's a meme of why you're known as the corporate news network or the Clinton news network, as at least people on the right like to fucking boast about. Because you're a bunch of corporate sellout, bought and owned, fucking lobbied, you know, owned media. Your propaganda. Through and fucking through. I mean, it's like, that's what you are. Fundamentally. That's why, you know, you're not reliable. If this reliable sources at bullshit on above this is CNN bullshit. Give me a fucking break. Honestly, this would not trigger me as much if but it's Brian Stelter. It's Brian fucking Stelter. Like, this motherfucker is like the one motherfucker that could trigger me on, you know, with the people on CNN. Anderson Cooper, like, he's more amusing to me a little bit. Like, if anything, I could kind of feel jovial seeing him a little bit. He's kind of a goof. Like, all these other random talking heads on CNN, like, I don't even know them. Like, I don't care. They're just literally empty stuffed suits. Oh, but Brian Stelter. Oh, Brian Stelter. Oh, my God. That son of a bitch. He's like the Tucker Carlson, but for CNN. It's like Tucker Carlson triggers the shit out of me, you know, but he's on Fox. And I basically barely know anyone else on their fucking platform. And then there's this son of a bitch. He's like the Tucker Carlson for CNN. And then Rachel, well, I guess was, you know, Like, now it's Morning Joe, George Scarborough. Now, unironically, it's like almost like the Tucker Carlson of MSNBC, because he's at this point literally spewing right-wing talking points all the time on his show. Like, he's just like the Fox News, like, infiltrators that have taken over, like, the morning shows, you know, for MSNBC, basically. But everyone's okay with it because, you know, all in all, they all kind of agree with the same shit anyway.
Do some of the anchors say provocative things? Yes. Do some of those clips get played over and over again on other channels and mislead people about what CNN actually is? Yes.
No. Well, who? Who specifically? Because I honestly guarantee you, there's definitely some people out there that are probably miscontextualizing some shit. Like the whole Joe Rogan fiasco about how he was trying to think that you were doing defamation and all that shit. Well, not you, Brian Stelter. But, you know, how CNN was doing defamation to Joe Rogan because, you know, one of the hosts, I don't even know or give a fuck who it was, but one of the hosts was basically making jokes about how he was taking horse dewormer because, you know, Joe took ivermectin, a part of his treatments for having COVID-19. It's just like, yeah, guess what? Because they're fucking making jokes. Like, you don't understand satire, you dumb fuck. It's like one of the rare times I'm actually going out of my way to fucking defend CNN and shit. But it's because, you know, it's like, yeah, there's a difference between making a goddamn joke and an actual fucking claim. I mean, stupid. Like, yeah, there's definitely people that will miscontextualize stuff, depending on who they are. But when it comes down to it, when people, you know, play your fucking clips and shit, especially when it comes to people like Secular Talk, because they, you know, people like him usually like to play your clips in full and like to play a lot of them. And we've seen a lot, and pretty much this entire weird fucking egotistical, sociopathic, self-righteous monologue coming out of your dumb fuck ass so far. So, all in all, I think I'm getting some context, and as far as I'm concerned, I don't think anything has been taken out of such, you dipshit. So, a bold claim coming from someone who's trying to say they're not, you know, these, you know, opinionated talking head stuff, soups have been led astray. It's like, shut up, you fucking little potato headed motherfucker.
And is the reporters and the producers and the production assistants.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Oh my god, you know, like really, like serious, oh my god, I gotta take a bat. Oh, the things I could, oh my god, the things that a bat and his face, you know, can have together for a night out, holy shit. What is this bullshit that you're trying to talk for the fucking worker? Are you serious? Oh, CNN is the workers, the producers, the people behind the scenes, the cameraman, blah, 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 blah. It's like, shut the fuck up. Like, you're gonna be the voice of the worker, you know, for CNN and shit, where you probably exploit them and gouge them in their fucking labor, you motherfuck? Are you serious? Like, what? Are you It's like, fucking eat a goddamn dick, you parasite. Really? You're going to, in this self-righteous little fucking monologue. Oh, is this taken out of context, by the way? It's like, this entire self-righteous fucking monologue, now you're gonna, you know, try to, you know, make this, you know, guise that you're, you know, for the worker and all this shit. It's like, fuck you. You little corporate sellout pissant little fucking bitch. Do you even have a neck? Where's your neck? You're just all head and shoulder, dude. Your head and shoulders. You're fucking like Dove's like men. You're like Dove's men's hair and shoulders fucking shampoo and conditioner, bro. You got no neck.
The editors and the technical directors. CNN is the executives and it's the interns and everybody.
Oh, now we're talking for the corporate side of things. Oh, so it's all the above. Oh my god, fuck you. Keep trying to lump it in this like big tent, like big umbrella fucking, you know, big kumbaya family fucking organization shit. Shut the fuck up.
7. So when something horrible happens in the world or when something wonderful happens in the world, you know where to turn. That's what CNN is. We lost our leader this week.
Oh my god, I want to... He lost our leader this week. It's a fucking CEO. You corporate sons of bitches replace them like they're goddamn candy. And guess what? Motherfucker got a golden parachute. We lost a leader this week. Oh my god, oh my god. Wow, I didn't think this would piss me off like it did. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god. I didn't think it was gonna be this fucking egregious.
Yes, you are.
Wait, what was that last part?
That's what CNN is.
Shut up.
We lost our leader this week,
Fuck you.
but we're not going anywhere.
Oh! Yeah, unfortunately, you're not.
A bunch of you guys are going to be let go. You know, finally somebody connected the dots for me. I was talking to Crystal about this, and she made the point that there's a reason why all the CNN hosts behind the scenes, according to a lot of reporting, like, they're melting down. Jake Tapper called Chris Cuomo a terrorist. There's another host. Is it Cameron?
What the fuck? Jake Tapper called Cuomo a terrorist? Yo, what? Are they having an identity crisis just because of this? Oh my god, they're pathetic. They are fucking pathetic.
Who said, this is affecting all of our mental health.
Oh my, you know what? Good. Oh, let me, cry tears for the plight of the rich man. Oh, especially rich man, and the rich fucks that fucking, push the influence and the propaganda for the even more rich fucks. Oh yeah, let me cry tears for them.
Coming from Stelter, these guys are acting like, it's the end of the world because Jeff Zucker was let go. Why? Not because Jeff Zucker did a good job as the head of CNN. I mean, honestly, even a minimal amount of objectivity, you'll come to the conclusion that's not the case. They're upset because Jeff Zucker protected all of them. He protected them. He let them keep their jobs even though they suck and they get terrible ratings.
Yeah, and honestly, it's because of the fucking corporate lobbying. That's really it. What, you think these fucking corporate sons of bitches that fucking prop up CNN aren't gonna, replace, the next CEO with another empty stuffed suit like him? Like, don't, oh my, okay, let's pretend this ain't like, let's not pretend this is like a big deal, because it ain't. Like, they're all freaking out because, yeah, they're not really sure what the future's gonna hold, but fundamentally, they're gonna be fucking fine. They're gonna be just okay, because they're gonna have another empty-headed stuffed suit CEO who's gonna be, backed by the fucking corporate lobbyist piece of shit, that back CNN now. I mean, it ain't gonna be no different. I mean, they're all freaking out just because, yeah, we're kind of we've lost our leaders, so we're checking for head cut off right now. Oh. So they're trying to, garner, more careerism, because they're all sociopaths. So they're going to try to get, a better job up ahead with their, potential new CEO. That's why they're melting down, because, they're trying to compete for better positions in the future with their new CEO. Because they want to get good in bed with the new guy. I mean, fundamentally, they don't want the same, new boss, same as the old boss situation, technically. They want to actually get a better position out of it. That's why they're melting down, because they're trying to compete for that shit. They don't want to necessarily be in the same, lingo and shit. Because, yeah, their rating sucks, so they want to try to get a little better career and a better, little rating block, and a, better, time for a different show and all this other bullshit. They're just trying to compete for a better fucking career. That's it. So they're trying to take jabs at others and trying to make other, hosts look bad so they can get a better leg up for a better career in the long run. That's it. It's all competition for their fucking personal name brand. That's all it is. It's just corporate branding bullshit, for these stuffed suit empty-headed motherfuckers to try to get, up ahead with their own name brand. That's literally it. They're not melting down because, they might lose their jobs. They're melting down because, they might not get a better position from their jobs. They might not get their bonuses and all that shit. Give me a break.
are out, these guys probably think, I'm on borrowed time. Jake Tapper thinks he's on borrowed time. Brian Stelter thinks he's on borrowed time. You know, I don't know, Alison Camerona.
Not really. On borrowed time? How? Like, oh, okay, you know, Steven, you know, play the idea that, you know, they don't, you know, they're not on CNN anymore. Like, what, HLN, MSNBC, CBS, you know, like, what, you don't think any of these other fucking outlets are going to take them? Of course they will. Probably give them a bonus, too, and a little, you know, better fucking paycheck, too. Like, oh, we got someone from CNN. Ooh, give them a little extra. They'll help us. They'll bet, you know, make better profits and better ratings for us in the long run. Get one of the CNN guys. I mean, especially if they're a known name, you know, and known, you know, to these fucking dipshits that watch mainstream media. They're like, oh, you know, I'll watch Brian Stelter, but now he's on HLN. Okay, tuning into HLN now. I mean, like, you really? Like, they're not worried about, like, you know, being on borrowed time. Like, give me a break.
We're upset. I couldn't figure it out at first. I didn't connect those dots, but when Crystal made that point, I was like, oh, that's right. That's why they're acting like they're at a funeral. Because whoever's going to come in, I mean, if they do their job even a little bit like they should, they clean house and let go of all these people. Because they're not good.
That's not going to happen. Maybe I'm too much of a cynic, but fuck me, like, this is like a corporate, like, institution. Ran and lobbied and funded by corporate institutions. I mean, they're gonna put a corporate stuff-headed piece of shit as the CEO and make sure that they don't rock the boat. Because a part of the status quo is not rocking the boat.
Now this smug, self-righteous, stuck-up rant, it's so insufferable, particularly because we know how corrupt the network was acting and how they weren't acting in good faith and how they were trying to cover their ass. Like, the information just came out, Brian. Brian Stelter went on, like, Stephen Colbert show and tried to defend what Chris Cuomo did with his brother. Chris Cuomo used to have his brother, Andrew Cuomo, governor of New York, on the show during the height of COVID, when Andrew Cuomo was getting all this positive coverage. He was doing the daily COVID press briefings. And Chris Cuomo would play footsie with him and play patty cakes with him all day long. And say, you know, I think you're the best governor in the country, and
welcome to Italian mafia, nepotistic, fucking, you know, like, operations there, buddy. Like, when you got Fredo and fucking Fredo, you know, working together, you know, and playing cahoots and, you know, passing the gabagool together and shit. I mean, what do you expect? Like, yeah, you're gonna get that shit. Like, oh no. See, like, this might, you know, halt, you know, like, infringe on integrity of journalism. Who cares? You're my brother, you know, you're doing a good job there. Hey, you know, pass the gabagool, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you know, it's like, they don't give a fuck. I mean, it's the same corporate schlock bullshit, because they don't, like, it's not about, like, you know, the integrity of it all. Like, it's about, you know, hey, as long as the status quo keeps going and our profits keep going up and, you know, people keep, you know, clicking on views and, you know, clicking on things that are related to CNN and reacting to it, then, hey, we get more money and more profits there, baby. Like, they don't give a fuck. They're okay with these type of things. That's why they let it happen. And whenever there's backlash, they'll be like, hey, we need to kind of, you know, address it, you know, so go do that, blah, blah, blah. They'll have, like, some fake, you know, corporate prompted fucking, you know, reaction, you know, addressal, little teleprompt monologue thing, and then just pretend it never happened after that, and just, you know, keep going about it unless it's, you know, still a big, cool fucking thing. And then they'll just, you know, eat it up as, you know, for the ratings at that point. It just plays in their fucking favor at that rate, because they don't give a fuck. It's all about the profit motive. That's all they care about. Because they're a corporate-owned entity, and that's how they run. I mean, when you have journalism and news, you know, based on profit motive, this is what you get.
around about mom spaghetti eating Sunday dinners, and
Mom
Cuomo would hold a
spaghetti.
giant Q-tip for some reason that I still don't understand. And
Oh, I remember that. Oh my god, why'd you bring that up, Kyle? Oh, dude, that was cringe, dude. The fucking Q-tip, dude. The Q-tip. Oh, man. Oh my god.
propaganda. It was nothing but puffing up Andrew Cuomo to make him seem like he's, amazing and he's the antidote to Trump and he's exactly what you need in the middle of a crisis like a pandemic. Then, come to find out, Andrew Cuomo was hiding the number of COVID deaths. He signed an order to get COVID-positive patients back into nursing homes, which then led to probably countless deaths. We don't even know how many deaths it led to. He was writing a book about defeating COVID when COVID was still raging. There were a number of corruption scandals about Andrew Cuomo. He used the wrong, supplies to build a bridge and then tried to cover it up, and those supplies would have made the bridge less safe. And one of his top guys went down for corruption, literally was, I think he was found guilty. He was convicted of something on corruption. CNN didn't touch any of that stuff with it.
Because the Cuomo family is like their own personal, corporate sanctioned mafia. That's what the Cuomos are. They're a fucking mafia. It's honestly, this is literally carte blanche with how fucking mafias operate. This is literally how mafias work. They're literally, outside of whacking, people because, they betrayed the mafia. So, they can't go, they ain't the goddamn, 50s no more. They can't do that shit anymore. But, yeah, they still, so that's why they get the corporate influence and they buy themselves in with, with corporate influencers and shit like this. Because then they can get away and have leeway with their fucking mafia fucking bullshit. At this point, I believe the Cuomo family is literally a fucking mafia. They just do their fucking criminal business enterprise and shit within the fucking corporate side of things versus, drugs or whatever the fuck.
And the brothers play patty cakes on air. That is Democratic Fox News shit. These guys love to beat up on Fox News. Brian Stelter wrote a book about how bad Fox News is and how they serve the Republican Party, how they're not news. And then
Gross.
They do the same thing for the Democrats. And he does this smug, sanctimonious rant as if he's not the mirror image, as if he's not the exact same problem just on the Democratic side.
Not even really necessarily that. He's just doing that just purely on the corporate side of everything.
And, now we know Jeff Zucker was coaching Andrew Cuomo throughout this whole thing. As CNN's supposed to be a news network and call balls and strikes about what Democrats and Republicans are doing, they weren't. He was coaching Andrew Cuomo through the height of his, his COVID press briefings and made him this media darling. So, this
smart mafia shit
is just insufferable. It's unbearable. Because not only did the Chris Cuomo stuff unmask you guys also push Russiagate relentlessly. I mean, they ran with the story that was a total fabrication of Julian Assange met with Paul Manafort. Turns out to totally be made up, but they ran with the story. There would have been video evidence if that was the case. But they just ran with it. We know that's false. They ran with the Jussie Smollett thing, which I didn't touch with a 10-foot pole because it seemed fishy. They pushed all of our wars. They did the whole Rogan taking horse medicine thing. Now, look, ivermectin is a separate question. There's contradictory evidence as to whether or not it works on COVID, but
Kyle, don't fucking give that. Don't even give it that fucking leeway. It doesn't fucking work. There's literally no goddamn evidence that supports it. All the fucking studies that fucking gave some leeway about that shit were end up fucking being bunk. Don't even do that. Fucking better, Kyle. Give me a break.
He was taking the horse version of it, and that just wasn't true, and then they doubled down on that and tripled.
Yeah, because guess what? It was a joke. They weren't being, oh my god. What was, is comedy literally dead? It's oh yeah, he was taking some horse dewormer. It's yeah, because guess what? They weren't literally meaning horse dewormer, fucking literally. But considering that ivermectin is more commonly known for being a horse dewormer and dewormer when it comes to cattle in agricultural sense and shit, I mean, yeah, it's going to be more used in a more, like, satirical, comical sense, in a more figurative sense, as horse dewormer, because also it's making a mockery of these fucking dipshits that think it treats COVID. Because guess what? Getting dewormed means you're getting parasites out of you, not viruses. There's a fucking difference of how that shit works. Hence why they make a mockery of people that take it and shit. Thinking that it's going to treat COVID, because it doesn't. It treats fucking parasitical infections, like if you have worms. Hence, dewormer. Like, I mean, that's pretty much like as far as I'm concerned, pretty much like the only thing I'm willing to fucking defend CNN on. Because, yeah, it's not meant to be taken literally like that. It was more meant to be humorous. Like, give me a fucking break.
There was the famous clip when Wolf Blitzer was talking to Rand Paul. Rand Paul said we shouldn't really be arming Saudi Arabia because they commit a lot of crimes and kill a lot of innocent people. And Wolf Blitzer says, well, what about the jobs? Like, kill civilians, have more jobs. Kill civilians, like, okay, we got to worry about our jobs, right? So if you got to kill some civilians to keep the jobs, what are you going to do? This is who they are.
Because our corporate-owned government and corporate-owned media also has investments and profit motives in propping up Saudi Arabia. Because they're corporate-owned. I mean, so I really do love Kyle. I mean, because he's one of the people that really definitely got me into politics back in, like, late 2014, 2015 shit. But, man, I think, you know, now that I've evolved like a Pokemon myself, it's like, I mean, sometimes I get a little, like, with Kyle sometimes, where it's like, dude, like, bruh, I love you, but you can't give, like, you need to, like, you know, stop at this leeway shit. Like, you know, there's contradictory evidence and studies about the ivermectin stuff. It's like, no, there ain't. Shut up. It's like, dude, you know better. Like, come on. It's like, bruh. Like, the quote contradictory stuff is just bunk bullshit to the studies that show fundamentally otherwise that it doesn't work when it comes to treating COVID. So, like, come on, dude. Are you really gonna give that type of leeway and shit, bro? Like, I know Joe's your friend and all this bullshit, and I know he's also been open about, like, yeah, I definitely have a bias when it comes to not being critical of friends and shit, but that's not a good thing. Like, if you have a friend who's not going to be critical and challenge shit when you're fucking overtly wrong and not doing something, you know, that's good for your health or whatever the fuck, and trying to, you know, disencourage you from something like that, like, let's say, like, oh, hey, let me fucking, like, you know, ride this bike off a 100-foot cliff, you know, and, on, you know, land on this little bed mattress on the bottom. It's like, if you don't, like, if you're not going to tell your friend, like, hey, you shouldn't do that, and be critical and criticize them for doing something like that, when it's fundamentally detrimental to their health and pretty much their life at that point, yeah, we're not necessarily a good friend. Like, honestly. Like, just straight up. Like, if you're not going to be critical, you know, to your friends when they're fucking up and being wrong, then honestly, you're not really necessarily a good friend. I mean, that doesn't make you a bad friend. But, I mean, when it comes to being, like, a good friend in a sense of, like, you know, I want to, like, make sure that the people I'm friends with aren't, you know, like, you know, doing things to where they can end their lives or whatever the fuck, so I can be friends with them for a long time and, you know, have a prosperous relationship with them in that way. I mean, so yeah, you're going to want to, you know, try to correct them on their shit. I mean, hell, if you got, like, different beliefs and, like, you got, you know, an idea that, you know, is vehemently disagreeable to you and your friend and shit, I mean, it's like, yeah, you'd want to, like, have a conversation and try to deconvert him or whatever the fuck, especially if you think it's, you know, something that's detrimental. So it's like, I mean, it's not, like, just giving leeway and be like, oh, well, you're my friend, so it's, you know, it's okay. It's like, you're not exactly, you know, doing your friend favors. At that point, you're an enabler. You're just kind of enabling it at that point. I mean, it's like, you can't just, you know, be like, hey, you know, my friend's taking ivermectin to treat COVID. Okay, that's fine. It's like, no. like, if I had a friend doing that, I would be, like, all up on their fucking ass cheeks to be like, what are you fucking doing? Stop it. Like, like, get monoclonal antibodies and shit like that. Like, I mean, don't get the ivermectin, you fucking dork. Like, what are you doing? Like, stop it. Like, I mean, because I would try to be a good friend and disencourage them from doing something like that. Like, the fuck? It's like, man, it's definitely a critique I have about Kyle a little bit. Still like him, still respect him, like, still watch him, but, like, still have disagreements about the guy.
Buddy, you guys have a sensationalism bias, and you guys have a pro-establishment bias and a Democratic Party bias. And of course, there's all the advertisers, which means you go soft on the corporations. It's obvious.
Because they're owned by them.
And I hope that whoever the new person is cleans house, because...
They're not going to do that because they're going to be, like, vetted by these corporate sons of bitches. Oh, man, I feel like he is a little too hopeful sometimes. Like, dude, you're older than me.
Job. You know, everybody knows I'm as big of a free speech advocate as there is. But if your job is supposed to be a journalist, you're supposed to be like a reporter, you're supposed to give news and information, and you are just a propagandist, you gotta go. And their job is nominally journalist or reporter.
I mean, I agree with that. Like, yeah, they should be shut the fuck down. And not just these random little stuff-suit corporate head motherfuckers like Brian Stelter who piss me off. But just the whole organization. Shut them all down. CNN, Fox, MSNBC, all of them. Fuck it. Like, I mean, honestly, if they're all going to be their own little corporate propaganda arm pieces, so on Discord like they do, you know, especially when they're supposed to be like these, like journalists with integrity and all this bullshit, then fuck them, shut them down. Seize their assets, close them up. No longer in operation. No longer the CNN corporation there, baby. I mean, it's just like, you're no longer Fox, you're no longer MSNBC, you're all assets seized, everything's done. Close up shop, find new jobs, bitches. Like, you're done. Break them up. Do it. Like, yeah, I'd totally be fucking gun-ho for that. I mean, because, yeah. I mean, I'm definitely, an encourager of, expression of free speech and shit, but, like, I mean, when you're being a fucking corporate propaganda outlet and shit, when you're supposed to be, like, this, free speech integrity fucking, news outlet, and it's, giving good proper journalism, it's just like, fuck you then. Shut your ass down, bitch.
But look at their track record. Sorry, guys, you gotta go. You gotta clean house. I think, CNN needs to change direction. Now, my guess is whatever they replace this current model with is going to be just as bad, if not worse. So we'll have to wait and see on that front.
Of course it is.
Brian Stelter, for the love of God, hold this L, dog. Ever since Adpocalypse.
Hold this L. God, dude. Man, Brian Stelter, what a fucking sleazy-ass son of a bitch, dude. Ugh. Like, I hate that son of a bitch. Ugh.
That sounds like a negative attitude.
Brian Stelter. He's a CNN corporate stuff-headed, talking-head propagandist and shit, so... But he's, like, the worst of them all, honestly. Because he's just, like, he's such a condescending, like, literally, like, Dove Head and Shoulders for Men fucking shampoo and conditioner with no neck. Like, I mean, like, it's just, dude, he just irks me in so many ways.
Okay, yeah, I think I recall his name listening to the right-wing nutheads I always love. As opposed to the left-wing nutheads.
I mean, the guy I was listening to isn't even a left-wing nuthead. He's more of a sock dem more than anything. But, yeah, like, I mean, fundamentally, no one really likes CNN. But he had a self-righteous fucking monologue and shit that I just listened to it. Oh my god, it was triggering. I felt like I was having an aneurysm.
I like supporting guys. They just like they point out the facts and make a bunch of jokes about it and everything. It's just like lighthearted. Then when Lars comes on, he's always like fairly serious about it.
Oh my god, he's
just like okay.
He's into this. Oh my god, I need to actually unironically try to call his ass, see if he'll take me. Oh my god.
No, he is an incredibly good debater.
I mean, honestly, there's times where honestly, there are some okay, hold on. I've listened enough times where there were some times where there's people trying to challenge him on shit. But he'll give, like, the last word, but before he can even let the other person respond, he'll be like, next caller, and be like, hold on, let the other motherfucker respond, because I'm sure, like, he's, you know, you don't know if that guy has a little clip back or something or not yet. It's like, I mean, it's not, like, you know, full-on, you know, like, debate, you know, like, one-on-one, like, equal level shit.
He's done some major, like, shut people off.
Yeah, it's not equal level. Like, if it was on an equal playing field, it'd probably be a little bit of a different story, depending on who's debating him, I guess.
I will say it's much better than most everyone else.
But, hold on.
Yeah, I believe no one. I trust no one. Not even myself. Well, especially not myself.
Send a little text there real quick, here.
Well, not YouTube.
Six, get back over here.
Not so expanded.
Oh, you sweet baby. He's just a good boy. You just be a good boy.
So I get beer.
I'm so glad that Mama's loving you. She loves you so much that she'll spoiling you. She spoiled you.
When Mama's spoiling her, you know it's a win.
Yeah, it's not spoil them, but it's just like this. I have a hard enough time spoiling the cat, let alone a big old friendly.
I mean, that's why you leave it to me to spoil them.
Love you.
I mean, there's like this little fish, like.
Yeah, like Mom said, enough with the licking.
Oh, that's okay. As long as he doesn't chomp, I prefer the lickings. Oh, the leg's gone.
Oh, yeah, right there on the ribs is a secret dog leg spot.
Mm-hmm.
Just about every dog that I've ever seen.
Yeah, they love it.
Hit you right there.
Yeah, you love that. Bite. You're such a good boy. Yes, you is.
Oh, look at you. Sweet
In
thing.
fact, if I were attacked by a wolf or something out in the wilderness, I'd start scratching him right there on the ribs. So he wouldn't be able to attack back because his leg would be going like...
Oh, just look at it. Bite. Just sweet bite. Oh, sweet bite.
You know, these little things. It's not that I've ever wanted to try it, but I guess if an alligator's coming at you, you can hold their jaws shut real easy. Holding them open, that's impossible.
Well, because they have such a fucking strong bite.
Yeah, their open is pretty much nothing, but their bite's really hard.
Yeah.
So if you can hold the jaws shut,
You get on top of them, basically. Oh, bite. Oh my god, he's plopping here.
I don't care if I reach it, if one's coming at me, I don't care if I reach out with one hand to grab his jaws shut. That works for me.
Oh.
As long as you're not chomping on me, I don't care what side of him I'm on.
Goof. Oh my god.
You look more comfortable than the kitties.
Oh my god, you
Look at
fucking
you.
goofball.
You're just melting there. Yes, look at him.
You
Big old
melting?
puppy dog eyes and all.
Oh my god. You flop. You goofball. You're so cute. Rip bailed on you. Well, he works on Fridays, so he was hanging out on his break and had dip. I want to kind of try to show Zukov off right now, but one of my arms is literally being used as a pillow. It's hard. I came in here a while ago, but I had to play referee a bit over on Discord. No worries, man.
Oh, here you go.
Oh.
There you go.
If you can even... I kind of see him.
Yeah, he's being worse than one of the cats.
Oh. I got my arm free. Well, now he's flopping. Oh my god. You flop-a-roni. You significant flop. Oh my god. Oh, look at the little bull. Oh my good lord. God, your fucking cojones. They're Jesus. What are you doing? What are you doing? What is this? Oh my god. What are What are you doing? What was that? What was that, baby? Come up here. Come on. Up. Come up. Come up here, baby. Come up. Come up here. You goof. Come here. Come on. Come up. Come on. Come on. You son of a bitch. No! Get over here. Zukov. Come on. Come here. Come on. Up. Oh, there you go, baby. Oh, there you go, baby. Oh my goodness, this sweet boy. Oh, look at that little ear. Oh. Right, man, and amazing Will Skepta were both drunk and talking Eric and caught us on voice Discord into Rad stream. Oh shit. If I wasn't still like suspended from Discord, I'd honestly really hardcore join in on one of those, because I too am enjoying some alcoholic beverages. But I probably put everyone at jeopardy, so I don't want to do that. Because from what I understand, if, someone who's banned, pops in on, those fucking streams or whatever the hell on other people, then they're liable and all this other bullshit. And it's like, But I kept cutting people off. It's hard to get anywhere, lol. That happens when someone gets drunk. There's another guy that stopped in that had an interesting story about growing up in a Mormon household and saw how disgusting capitalism is. Damn, dude. Dude, I honestly... It'd be interesting to, see that. Or, I guess, hear it and listen to that. I'm sure I could probably listen to it, post-stream. I'll just have to look at it on, like, Chrome or whatever the fuck. Ooh. I've been wondering how Radman's been doing. How my boys been hanging out and shit. It was my lonely if I'd around here. Dude, just one guy in there that you wish you could hook up if he's hardcore communist. Well, I suppose you could probably try to swing him over here. I mean, honestly, that's really kind of the best case at this point if any of the people on Twitch also watch YouTube streams or are willing to dabble over there. Really smart, nice guy. He's currently taking classes at the university, writing a paper right now over Palestinian situation. Oh, damn. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know because Ramis sometimes rated my shit back when I was on Twitch, so, I mean, I don't know if, like, let me ask him stop by. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, because, like, I mean, all in all, like, there's nothing, I guess, inherently stopping, you know, people from being like, hey, you know, even though he's banned from Twitch, you know, we can still say his name, you know, so. But as soon as I can at least, you know, get to the public library and actually, you know, kind of make a full-on email and potentially have a back and forth with one of the Twitch folks and shit, then I can actually, you know, try to get that stuff resolved. Here. In the meantime, see what the fun stuff is going down. Whoa, what the hell? Scientists discover a new planet? What? Orbiting near a star to our solar system. Oh shit. I remember you, the big bad silver wolf. Oh shit. I do, what's up? I think Mornax, did you seen your streams Twitch? Yeah. A bunch of fucking poll raiders back in fucking, December came by and did one of those fucking little, ban raid things and shit. Still haven't, gotten that resolved totally yet. Or else I'd still be over there. But for a while, weed, please. But for a while, at least, they were, trying to ding me here too, but I think they kind of gave up. The last time one of them tried to impersonate me, saying they were from, like, Beaverton or some shit, but we're getting all the fucking landmarks and everything wrong. And I'm like, yeah, totally. Like, the high school they named was not in Beaverton. The place they were even saying they were at wasn't even in Beaverton. It was just like, yeah, okay, sure, buddy. And then I gave him some bullshit answer of like, yeah, I'm in like, I don't even remember what I said, like, fucking Gresham or some shit. Which is like, not even close to where I live. So he's like, huh, you work at this place near Gresham, good to know, okay. It's like, oh, wow, okay, you fell for it, you stupid fuck. But I haven't heard anything since, and it's like, aw. A part of me wishes they'd come back as, you know, like a cat and a prey, you know, sometimes I like to play with it. But alas, they haven't returned. Unless they just stick around and lurk, thinking I'm gonna, like, say some info that's gonna be vital to, like, dox me or some shit, but... Pfft. Like, what? Do you think I'm new here? You know, it's like I've been around the block for quite a while. Though sooner that you originally integrated. Yeah. Honestly, I think if I can actually get in contact with, like, an actual human from Twitch and let him know the situation, I'm sure I can get it easily resolved. Because the main... Because when I got the email that I was permanently suspended... Not, like, banned, it just said permanently suspended, so and from when I was looking at, like, the TOS stuff and that shit specifically, it looks like they're two specifically different things, from what I can understand. So, if I can at least, you know, get in contact with somebody from Twitch, like an actual human being, and let them know the situation, like, yeah, you know, the last couple weeks prior to my banning, there was, like, these poll raiders coming in trying to... you know, hate raid and, you know, ban me for some bullshit. Because the thing that they caught me with, like, falsely was unsafe use of lethal weapons. It's just like, what? that doesn't even make sense because, like, at this point, the only lethal weapon that I have is a shotgun that I bought well after I got banned from Twitch. So, that doesn't even make fucking sense. I mean, and also considering that I was live streaming a lot of the different protests that were going on in Portland back in 2020 and early 2021, and the utter violence and brutality that were used by ICE and feds and Portland police and shit, and that was okay. I mean, and not just from me, but plenty of other streamers too. And also, you know, post the fact where, like, other streamers, you know, will pull those clips up and react to it and shit like that. So it's like, huh? So it literally makes no sense. So I think if I honestly can actually just get in contact with an actual human being from Twitch and just let them know the situation, and be like, because there was no lethal weapons, you know, from that stream, and there was no, like, you know, anything that could have been, you know, possibly even tangentially, like, you know, implied that that type of shit was involved or whatever the fuck. It just, like, it makes no sense. It, you know, so it's obviously just a fucking false report, so it's just about, you know, hitting Twitch up, you know, with an actual human being instead of trying to deal with their automated bullshit. Because it's, like, the automated bullshit is just literally giving me the same thing, like, oh yeah, your bank goes blah 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 blah. It's like that doesn't help. So, you know, an actual human being, because from what I understand, Twitch is a little bit more accessible with accessing a person when it comes to this type of stuff, because other streamers have had similar situations happen to them too, and have been able to repeal permabans because of that type of shit. So, I mean, it's usually mostly about just giving it some time and mainly just trying to get in contact with a human being with it. So, I mean, honestly, at this point, there's definitely been plenty of time, so I feel like, you know, just, you know, hitting up their customer support or some shit like that would be able to, you know, work that out. But, all in all, at this point, I'm not really worried about it. And even then, it's like, it's not the biggest deal in the world. I mean, it does kind of, you know, put a little ding on things, because there's a lot of different people that I definitely would like to talk to that also also stream on Twitch, or do so tangentially with YouTube. So that makes it a lot more difficult to try to, you know, maybe pop in on someone else's stream, just, you know, hopping in on Discord or just chatting them, you know, on the fly or whatever, and they also happen to be on Twitch, and I have to kind of, like, let them know, be like, hey, I'm kind of, because then they'll be like, oh, well, I can't actually, you know, have you on here then, I guess. And it's just like, well, fuck. That kind of puts a little damper on some shit. Because, like, hypothetically, not saying it could happen, but I don't know, maybe. But let's say, you know, I'm on, like, Dylan Burns' Hippy Dippy podcast, but I'm still in this predicament. That specific, you know, Hippy Dippy roundtable could not be streamed on Twitch. It would have to be, you know, outside of it. So just streamed on YouTube and his website, and that's pretty much it. So, you know, it's like, I mean, I'm just saying that as an example at least, but, you know, it's, you know, it shows points, like, it kind of puts a damper even on other streamers if they want to potentially have me despite that bullshit. Because, I mean, there's also plenty of other people that recognize that there's plenty of people that are falsely reported like this and shit. Wouldn't it be great if we could read you from Twitch? I mean, honestly, I guess you could. You just have to, like, drop the link to my YouTube stream or my channel and, you know, and just go from there, I guess. And then people just can pop in from, technically you could, I suppose. It's just, you have to do so with a few extra steps. Oh, yeah. I'm just seeing your content more often. I've seen video content. Never really got around to actually check out, so far I'm trying to have to say. Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, especially with what I talk about is usually tinged around labor and shit. Actually, flag I have behind me is based on some alternate history where the flag is, where the CSA means the Combined Syndicates of America. It's based on an alternate history of, like, if Germany won World War I, but in that timeline, the United States fractures into, like, you know, like 3 or 4 or 5, depending, different factions, and one of them's the Combined Syndicates of America, the other one's like the Pacific States of America, which is like what they consider themselves the more like rightful U.S., because the actual United States is basically, like, a military dictatorship taken over by General MacArthur, and then Huey Long essentially, takes over the South and becomes the one American Union state. So there's all sorts of crazy shit, and also New England separates and basically becomes the leave us alone, fuck off faction, where they're like, nah, we don't want anything to do with any of this, leave us alone. We're gonna be kind of propped up by Canada. So it's actually a pretty interesting alternate history, and it's pretty cool. It's based on the Hearts of Iron 4 mod. Well, actually, I think it goes back before that, but at least people who are most familiar with it know it from the Hearts of Iron 4 mod, and it's a pretty cool little mod, and there's like a Kaiser Cat Simina does their own little kind of a spin-off on it, and have expanded onto it a lot, to the point where they have merch and flags like this. And also the other flag behind it, this one, is also another one of theirs. Because part of the alternate history after World War I, where Germany wins, is that the communist/Bolshevik revolutions, instead of those coming into fruition, is actually a lot of the different syndicate/worker union-based revolutions that happened in places like with the Paris Commune during the interwar period. And then later down the line, Britain too, with the Union of Britain, and then the French Commune. So it's like, there's some really interesting history of the Kaiserreich lore, like that's just in it itself, outside of the game of Hearts of Iron 4, that's just really interesting to check out. But it's part of the reason why I have the flag, at least, because just the lore about the CSA 2 just in itself is pretty cool. Because basically, if the IWW went like even more based than it already was, and like like just basically read like kind of a little bit of like a workers syndicalist separatist movement, and just like, yeah, we're kind of becoming our own thing, and our capital is Chicago, damn it. But different things about the lore from the alternate timeline are actually pretty similar, at least in the US wise, to today. Like, the Battle of Blair Mountain still happens, but the main difference is that's a little bit more of a bloodier conflict, and other different massacres when it came to the labor movement, and different skirmishes and shit are just a little bit more confrontational and shit, where it becomes a little bit more of a radical movement overall, which is like, oh, I mean, Silver Lining sounds a little bit more based. IWW member, UFCW Local 555 member. So not IWW specifically, but major supporter of them. I actually have this little gator mask that I wear at work, and I've gotten a lot of compliments wearing that, actually. So definitely a major supporter. And actually, I'm wondering if with the UFCW, if being kind of like a multi-union membership is fine. I'll assume it is. But I know it kind of varies from union to union, but some of them are a little bit more restrictive about like multi-union membership type of things, and others are a little bit more lax about it. So I'm not too sure if it's like that with ours, where it's like, yeah, if you're a part of another union too, that's whatever. Or if it's like, no, you have to be kind of mainly about ours and bleh. So that's great. Yeah. I mean, also, you might recognize the name with the UFCW Local 5-5, because with Kroger back before Christmas, they did major strikes that lasted 48 hours and got some concessions. And I'm not a part of any Kroger brand stores or anything, so I didn't partake in any of that, but I saw a lot of it around here. But goddamn, I'm waiting for that to happen for our stores. Instead of Fred Meyer's and QFCs, I'd like to see that for some Safeways at this point. I mean, because honestly, it wasn't necessarily a bad gig until COVID happened, like dead ass, so at this point, it's becoming a little bit of fucking, robbery at this point. Oh, just also, before, like, I also got this too. Little Red Songbook for different little labor tunes and shit. which in alphabetical order has all sorts of different songs, which are about 96 pages worth. And on top of that, there's also the preamble to the IWW Constitution at the very front of it. And this specific one I have is the 36th edition, which is from 1995. So, pretty old one. So, I imagine from 1995 and they have a fucking email address. It's like, damn, the internet's been around for that long? I think that honestly makes me like, oh shit. Also, I didn't even notice this, but they also have a little corrections little slip here. So, for one song, Legal Illegal, page 56, the last verse, it says, should read, "If we sing about racists and fascists and creeps and thieves in high places who live off the weak, and those who are selling us right up the creek." So, what does it say on... I actually haven't looked at that song. Okay, so it's legal to sing on the telly, but they make a blade sure that you don't. If you sing about racists, fascists, and creeps, and those who are selling us right up the creek, is a thing that is perfectly legal to twisters. Okay, so it's missing a verse. It's missing a line. So it's missing in those who are selling us right up the creek. It's missing that line. I had one since I got online in 1992. I was ordering CDs online by 95. Damn. Makes me realize how young I am. The song's actually kind of a long one. Like, the song takes up this entire page. But there's different ones in here. I actually know a few of these. The first song you come up to is Solidarity Forever, of course. First appearance in the 9th edition in 1916, the tune to John Brown's Body, of course. Solidaridad para siempre, which is the Spanish version of it. The International is in here as well. There's actually multiple different translations. There's the U.S. translations by Charles Kerr, the New British translation by Billy Bragg, the French original, the Spanish translation, and the Swedish translation. And of course, the translations are in the languages that they're in. So Spanish is Libre Paris de la Tierra, en familia legión, los proletarios gritan guerra, guerra hasta el fin de la presión. I'm not gonna lie, I can pronounce Spanish to a certain extent, but I can't read it. I don't understand it, unfortunately. I can pronounce it because I've been around it to understand the dialect a little bit. But I unfortunately, I mean, for the specific translation, it's, you know, I guess Google Translate could hook me up. Borrado el lazo del pasado, arriba esclavos todo en play, el mundo va a cambiar de vez, los nada de hoy todo han de ser, homerconobonos todos en la fecha final, el grano semana es el cinco internacional. Skeptic does know Spanish. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's the only way, you know, that could probably be translated, at least in immediate sense. Seriously? There's a litter box exchange going on right now? Did the cats really use that significantly at the moment in time? I could try Swedish because I kind of know Swedish accents.
Oh, man. Jeez.
I guess they did use it that much. Don't mind that. Uppdrag uti eller statil som ungaren biojol ulpa. Det tanar iti latans krater. Snart skall umbrotes timsat. I'm also not, you know, using the, like, honestly, if I knew fluent Swedish, I would not be saying it like that. I'm saying it in broken redneck Swedish. Såtas skall det gamla slavi stido för att det ska bli fri. Från mörkret skida vill mot lusit. Från trädet att vi vilja bli upp till det kan bli mörkret vän. Sista striden det där. The Internationalen Italiana Ikraba. That's Swedish, so yeah, that's fun. I'm not even gonna try the French one. That's just I'm just gonna butcher that. And also with this old one. Do you have to get the noisiest fucking like litter box bag?
Hmm?
Do you have to get the most noisiest litter box bag?
I don't mean to, it's just the cheapest.
Well, maybe you should file a complaint for the manufacturer.
Oh, that's a litter. You want more litter in there?
Probably good for another day or two. It's not too bad.
I don't think I changed that one last time. That looks fairly right.
Yeah.
You might want to give it a change.
I'm not worried about it right now. Oh my fucking Christ. How much noise?
Huh?
We need a Jeopardy theme for this. Sukov, you just need to be in the way, do you? Come here, baby. Or that works too. You
Every
just
time I move, I get a snout up the back.
I can't help that. I don't know what his deal is about that. Like
I'm half tempted to let out a big old fart, but I'm not sure whether you'd like it or.
I mean, knowing him. Oh God! Hey, get back here! No! Come here, baby. Oh, you sweet baby. Yeah. You sweet baby. Ah. Yeah. Who's a baby? Who's a baby? Are you a baby? I think you're a baby.
You always make these things
Alright.
more freaking impossible.
Do you need
Figure out which
assistance?
end you need to pull.
He needs assistance.
Whether that was the right one or not, it worked.
Oh great. Now, alright, now he's plopped. He's plopped on the lap. Successful ploppage on the lap. Meh. What you gonna do? What you gonna do, boy? What you gonna do? Can't do shit. Ain't gonna do shit. I'm just gonna sit there and just embrace
Okay,
it.
next time that box first.
Meh.
Yeah, get the
Meh.
box up here while I'm doing it.
Yeah. Mwah. Mwah. You sweet boy. Gotta realize I put the globe within the globe. You put the globe within the globe? That's some globeception, bro. You just globed out the globe with a globe. Globe in the globe with a globe. Now it's outside and the inside. What the hell? Oh my god! It's a globe within a globe. A globe, dude. What you gonna do? Light the globe on your flag behind you, yeah. Put that inside my gold globe. Oh yeah, the Combined Syndicates of America. Yeah.
Okay. Slide the litter box this way.
Yeah.
Either that or I'll sit here and endlessly crinkle the litter box bag.
How about we don't? Can that just be done later? Like, I can't have like shit going on here. Like, oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. Don't be insane.
I guess I can always start with a lesser annoyance. This.
No. I haven't. Do you see what I have going on right now?
Yes.
Look at his little ear. Look at this. Oh my. You fucking.
It will just take a second for you to like around or just move forward, just like the box this way. I think I can get it from there. Anyhow, I'm getting tired of sitting here looking bored.
Well, I mean, I can't. What do you want to? What do you want to pooch on your lap? I mean, like, look at this predicament.
Hey, Zucker's come over here and annoy me for a while.
Oh my God! Like he's kind of occupied now. Look at it. Oh my God! Look at this! Oh, look at his ear. Yeah, I'm going for that ear, boy. Yeah.
Now, cats really hate that. You blow in their ears. Dogs don't mind as much, but if you blow in their face, they really hate that. Yeah, I can see that annoyed look. You know,
While he licks my face.
That litter real quick so I can get this over with.
Oh, well, here. You have a pooch. There you go.
Okay, set him down there.
Oh, you don't want to hold him?
I don't.
Sukov, I'm blaming you for that.
He's above my 25-pound limit.
Oh, did I hear he's above your 2,500-pound limit? Oh, okay.
25-pound limit.
Oh, 2,500 tons. All right. Well, he's definitely below. Hey,
Don't eat the cat.
oh, no.
Does anyone look me in the face?
All right, now,
I don't
Zukov,
think so.
Zukov, you're coming back over here now. You're coming back over here to terrorize me and your absurdities and your monstrosities. Ugh. Yeah. All right, this is gonna be annoying, but nonetheless. Oh my God, you fucking Fruit Loop. Ugh. All right, where's that Jeopardy thing? By the way, I could go all day. I have a 10-hour loop.
Just a second. Just a second. I'm going to get
Can we get on? I'm not stopping until this is complete. We finally, alright, there we go. It only took about 2 minutes of the Jeopardy theme to get through. Which is like, what, 30 seconds? So what, like... Well, okay, well, alright. I have not sat down that often, or stood up that often. Oh my god, okay. Well, alright, well, sentences aren't even aligning correctly, so that's always a good sign. That's always a smart.
That must be the Jeopardy stupid people's edition.
No, that's just a 10-hour loop. We only got for 2 minutes and 3 seconds of it, so you know it's actually not as bad as I thought. What the fuck? How did that even happen? You know what? Oh, you know what? I can make that. I made. Well, it's something. I got it in something. That's something. I got it on the 3-pointer one. There's a 2-pointer and a 3-pointer. I got it on the 3-pointer. So, Goff, can you get back over here? Fucking nutball. Don't give me that paw. Don't give me that paw, boy.
Okay.
I don't need your paw nonsense.
Where my can go?
What are you? What's happening here?
Oh. There we are.
Posts, community posts. Let's see, Adam, something. Just briefly, blah blah blah. Wait, what's this? Wait, European International Rail shit. DB, SNCF, rent fee, always has been, huh? I'm not European. I'm not a weird European fuck. I don't understand. I don't understand European bullshit. I'm American. I don't understand American words. I don't understand American words there, brother. I don't fuck around with that weird European bullshit. Oh my goodness. I mean, I guess that's why you don't necessarily hear too much about their fucking, like, rail. I mean, you hear a lot more about, like, Japan and China's rail. I mean, low-key, though. I mean, I guess, sure, you could say that, China might be, like, kind of flexing a little bit and projecting, but, I mean, Japan, yeah, they're definitely not. I mean, and even then, like, I don't know, when it comes to, like, their bullet trains and shit like that in China, like, I think that's definitely the one thing they're not flexing on. Like, well, like, trying to project on. Like, I think that's, like, a legit flex, a little bit. I mean, especially when they got, like, so much of it all, like, throughout the, like, their country and shit, and just, like, and is legit pretty efficient. It's like, damn, son. I mean, it's like, alright, it's an actual flex, okay. I mean, so, it's, you don't really hear too much about European rail too often. Though, I don't know why for specifically. I'm sure I can probably, make some assumptions, but, I mean, I don't know how correct they would actually be, so I'm not gonna, just pull it off some bullshit I don't know, so. I do know one thing, at least when it comes to Asia, they're definitely, just in general, they're more ahead when it comes to their trains, mainly Japan, China, and South Korea to an extent versus, the rest of the world at least. I don't know about the rest of Asia though. I don't know if like, they're as advanced when it comes to their infrastructure, or at least on like rail and stuff like that. I mean, maybe, but I don't know.
possible that the Egyptians...
What the fuck? Whoa. Why'd I click for that to happen? What? Whoa. What did I do? I somehow pulled a YouTube short out of nowhere. What the fuck? I don't even see one on my screen. Ah. I don't want Diet TikTok on my fucking view. Ugh. What the hell? God. Jesus. Okay. Get my fucking hand away from that. It's just want to see what Zukov's doing for like 1 second out of nowhere. It's like a YouTube short fucking bombarding me. Whoa. What did I do? What did I do to deserve that? What are you doing? What are you doing, boy? You were chewing on something, and I don't know if I approved of it. Ah! Okay, if I'm traumatized by this, I'm traumatizing everyone else. What the fuck is this? What? What is this? Ah! No, come on. We gotta show this. Come on, screens. Don't fail me now. There we go. Oh, on God. What the fuck? God, Christ alive. What's wrong with Five Nights at Freddy's fandom? I knew from the start, I knew from the very fucking beginning, this is cursed. This FNAF bullshit was cursed from the start. I knew from the get-go. It was like fucking junior year when the shit came out or some fuck. And I was like, you know what, it's not even really that great of a game. Like, yeah, sure, lore is kind of spooky. Are those arms or jowls? I don't even know! Like the butt chin on this guy. That butt chin, fam. Like, Christ. It takes forever, not gonna lie. Dude, don't tell me that this is like oh my God, I'm scared. I'm fucking scared. I don't want oh my God, that's like, if Five Nights at Freddy's had that as like the fucking Freddy Bear dude or whatever the hell, I actually would like burn down the entire establishment and just like with it. Like, nah. Oh my God, that why? Oh. I didn't need that in my life. I really didn't. Ugh. Man, it was cursed from the beginning. And now it's all come to full fruition. I feel so vindicated. Looks like a relative of Senior Tomat made the Stonks guy. Well, it made it look like the Chad dude. But nah, that's like a demon. That's like one of the demons that Senior Tomat would purge from the existence. No way in hell he would accept such a thing. Mm-mm. Took off. What are you doing? We did it. When he plops down, he always makes that little noise. Like, I don't know if he purposely does it or not, but he, like, I swear, he makes, like, these little moans and grunts and, like, little, like, noises of his lungs when he just, like, moves around and shit. So it sounds like he has, like, this little, like, you know, whatever the fuck, like, these weird little, like, lung noises or whatever the hell, but it's just because he like, does it purposely, almost. Like, him just plop it down, it was like, he did this weird-ass little, like, grunt, like, What the fuck? Can you not lick your booty? You don't need to, like, do some auto, like, cleanliness situation going on. Don't even... Oh my god. Oh my god, that's fucking dark. Nasty. You're a nasty boy. Man, what a little punk. Jesus Christ, my fucking YouTube's like recommended so much Gordon Ramsay shit. Like, oh my god. I love cooking, I love Gordon, but fuck me. Fuck me, mate. YouTube, you fucking donkey. You donkey. It's like, what the fuck? What the hell, mate? I can swear to God. It's like, must I have, like, must I? I mean, I really do love Gordon, though. I mean, because, like, you know, he doesn't really, like, openly show it, but he really does have, like, you know, a little soft touch for, like, you know, a lot of the working class type of folks and shit that are in the restaurant industry and shit. I mean, and also, when it comes to his hard-assness, a lot of it is definitely played up for show. Especially the Hell's Kitchen show, like, a lot of that is played the fuck up. So, I mean, it's like, all in all, it's, you know, like, he's not as much of a hard-ass as people, you know, think he is. But especially with, like, certain episodes of things like, you know, Hotel Hell, or, you know, Kitchen Nightmares, or even, like, MasterChef to a certain degree, like, there's definitely, like, this element of, like, kind of sticking up for, like, the kind of the average Joe type, you know, to a certain degree and shit. And it's like, hey. What the fuck is he doing? Here, let's do it. No, what the fuck? What the hell? How did I even get there? No. YouTube. Stop going fucking psycho. There we go. Jesus. I want to click this dude. See what's going on here. Oh shit, so it actually has a little segment on Dave Chappelle being a fucking NIMBY. And I was kind of mentioning to Stefan earlier, it's like, man, the more and more, like, you know, these different little things about Chappelle come out, it's like, God, why is he coming out more and more as, like, a little bit of a shitbag? It's like, boo. Boo. Like, this, it's like he's becoming... So he's kind of becoming a thing that he kind of used to kind of, like, boastfully, like, comedically gawk at. It's, like, honestly starting to make me think, it's like, what's this whole, like, you know, hey, stick it up for poor folks and black folks the thing? Was that, like, you know, some sort of, like, little commodity thing that he was just doing? It's like a little pawn chip, you know, just at least, you know, for comedic quips? Or what? Because, I mean, I know a little bit about him being, like, you know, kind of come out against this whole affordable housing thing in his fucking town or whatever the fuck. And it's just like, what? Like, even from what I understand about the affordable housing shit not even being good, like, because overall there's not necessarily any real good side to the overall, like, situation from what I understand, but it's just like, to basically just, like, you know, look at affordable housing overall instead of trying to expand it and pressure, you know, the overall legislation to be better. It's like, nah, I'm gonna literally, like, cut off all my, you know, like, brand or whatever the fuck out of here and divest from this town or some shit. It's like, what? It's like, what the fuck is this? I mean, it's really honestly kind of coming out to be more and more of a fucking shitbag the more, like, he does this type of shit. It's like, what? It's like, the turf thing is like, okay, like, I mean, shitty fucking position or whatever the hell, but, I mean, it's like, just, you know, it's like, alright, you know, there's like, you know, like, there's people that have significant disagreements with that, you know, can still respect to a certain degree. It's like, whatever, but now it's just like, what? It's like, this shit now? It's like, now, it's maybe, like, I always think about at this point, but it's like, you know, it's like, I'm not exactly, you know, starting to be, you know, like, hey, you know, let me get some benefit of the doubt of this guy. It's like, I guess maybe I'm a little too much of a cynic at this point to be doing that at this point, because it's like, you're coming out to be like a neo-lib NIMBY piece of shit that's just using these, you know, issues when it comes to, like, you know, just for black people in this country or fucking poor people or whatever fuck. It's just like, you sounded more like, you know, using it as like a little commodity chip, you know, for your fucking brand more so than actual address all the issues. Especially when you're being a fucking NIMBY shitbag. And especially considering Portland, I'm not fond of fucking NIMBYs. Because NIMBYs around here are fucking parasitical beyond shit. So it's like, you know, to, you know, hear them around elsewhere in the country, it's like, nope. There, screens are now being all fucking weird. There we go.
There is a development project happening in the town that Dave Chappelle is from in Ohio. He's a bit of a king in this town, for the record, for those of you who don't know. He's a bit of a god in this town. He has a lot of money. He brings a lot of business there. Dave Chappelle is vowing pull investments from the Ohio town that he's been living in for a while if it doesn't stop this affordable housing plan. So Dave Chappelle puts his balls on the table at this city council meeting, and he basically stops this new development project dead in its tracks.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Dave Chappelle. I just want to say, and Marianne, I can talk to you about this privately. I don't know why the village council would be afraid of litigation from a $24 million a year company while they X out a $65 million a year company. I cannot believe you would make me audition for you. You look like...
So he's saying he's a $65 million company on his own, like that's him. He's like a brand. And the $24 million company is the developers, I guess, or the 24 million...
basically. I mean, honestly, that's what he's saying there. Like, oh, you know, you would rather take, you know, from this $20 million company, but not from the $65 million company. Me. You know, me. It's just like... What? Like, you're trying to use, like, you know, your fucking, like, you know, corporate bullshit as, like, some sort of, like, you know, bargaining chip in this shit? Like, are you serious? What happened to, you know, trying to, like, stick up for, you know, poor people, especially, you know, like, poor black people in this fucking country and shit? What happened to all that? Because, like, you know, this type of stuff doesn't necessarily, you know, help uplift, you know, the problems of that type of shit. Especially in places like Ohio where you know, in this area... Because, like, if there's more affordable housing that's available for people in these areas, and honestly, from my understanding, it was only, like, you know, single-family homes, And honestly, that type of shit should have been expanded from the get-go from that type of shit. Like, I mean, that's not good, nowhere near enough. In fact, I mean, that definitely, you know, withholds a lot of different people from potentially getting type of homes and shit. So it's like, yeah, if anything, it needs to be expanded further. Not just like, oh, we, you know, either it's them or me. Fuck you. It's like, what? Like, why don't you use your fucking brand to fucking, you know, potentially, you know, propose a better expansion of this shit, you fuck? Well, but I guess being a little NIMBY is a little bit more of a better idea in your fucking mind because you don't want pores mucking up your little town.
That they are taking on, and he's saying like, how dare you make me audition for you, even though I can talk to him. So is it I don't know exactly what the details are. Is he for the development but against the affordable units, in which case it's totally,
I mean, honestly, it sounds like it. I mean, it's implied. I mean, honestly, it's just like, I don't want necessarily affordable housing here and stuff from the Storymill.com because he could use me to have, you know, better development and stuff to where we could sell for better profits, and, you know, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it sounds like just another fucking corporate talking head and shit. I mean, you know, it's like, again, from what I understand from about the specific type of legislation of the, you know, affordable housing that was proposed in this area, it's not necessarily great, but it's just like, I mean, when it comes to the overall, you know, expansion of affordable housing on a general level, that's good. YouTube filter's dumb. Really? Are you kidding me? That's, unironically, that's literally fucking dumb. Wow, YouTube. Fuck you.
is like the most villainous shit you can do. If you're pro-development, but literally specifically just against the affordable units, then that is completely unacceptable. Like the absolute worst. If he's confused and he thinks that like affordable units are not actually affordable, or the affordable units are a lie to fucking accelerate the development and like, you know, fast track this shit, and that it's all just going to be rich condominiums or whatever the fuck, or market rate condos that they're building, then that's one thing. So I don't understand, because like I do believe, or I have thought for the longest time, that Dave Chappelle was actually pro-housing. Like, but Dave Chappelle did actually support Andrew Yang, which was fucking weird. I remember being like, I remember talking shit about that. So let's watch this. He was a Yang Gang guy.
I am not bluffing. I will take it all off the table. That's all. Thank you.
Take it all off the table, implying that he's basically going to take all of his like corporate investments and brands out of the entire town, which, by the way, you know, can cripple, you know, a lot of the economy of the town anyway. Because if he has like different, you know, the business that he helps uplift and prop up and shit, they can, you know, be negatively impacted for something like that, and thus have a negative impact on the town overall. So if anything, he's just fucking over the people that live here already. I mean, if anything, he's just saying like, hey, if you want affordable housing and you want to muck up this place of the poors, well, you know what, let me just help out with that by making the people that already live here even more poor and fucked over, you know, by pulling out everything. It's like he's really honestly just showing himself to be a serious scumfuck of some shit like this. Like, even if the affordable housing, you know, development proposal is not even, you know, the best in the first place, it's like, why don't you use your fucking leverage to help expand it and make it, you know, something better? It's like you son of a bitch. Like, honestly, at least for me, it's just like the turf thing can be one thing, you know, but like this shit is like it's like, what? Because honestly, it's just like, even, you know, with his weird turf positions or whatever the fuck, it's like unintentionally, you know, being in favor of affordable housing and shit would benefit trans people and shit, even with his weird turfy positions, whether he knows that or not. You know, so it's just like, I mean, when it comes to more impactful things like this type of shit, like, I think this is a lot more fucking, very seriously significant when it comes to the general outcome of, you know, just common people. I mean, it doesn't, you know, like, exclude or validate his fucking weird turf positions, because they're still fucking shit and stupid. But it's like, alright, you know, one female disagreement, okay. But one very significant, like, impactful, like, real-world consequence, you know, like, fundamental shit like this, it's like, what? I memean, where it impacts just everybody. Like, excuse me, you son of a bitch. Like, what is this fucking weird-ass neolib NIMBY-ass shit?
I'm gonna. The New York Post wrote an article about this and said, and even they admit that the plan is bullshit. It's not like you said. It's not, and it's just like you said. They're promising affordable housing, but not actually implementing it immediately. They're building 600K houses, just like you said. So I'm hearing conflicting things on this. Okay, if you're pro-development but anti-affordable housing,
from what I understand, it's not necessarily like that. It's just like single-family home affordable housing units and shit like that, which doesn't necessarily help, like, you know, everybody when it comes to the broader issue of affordable housing. So, I mean, it's kind of excluding people from this. Like, I mean, from what I understand, at least. I mean, but overall, it probably also implies that that shit's going to be there, too.
There's just no other way around it. Like,
it's
you're
just another exclusionary
just an
type of
awful
proposal.
person, okay? I don't know how else to describe it. Like, you just don't want fucking poor people in your backyard. That's it. As per David's wishes, the
AKA NIMBY.
council ruled.
Like, overall, like, I mean, like, it's just basically a bunch of NIMBYs bitching at each other. Like, honestly, really, there's not necessarily a good side out of any of this.
Continue, which David and the rest wanted, but will do so without letting poor people in, which was their primary objection. So the build is going on. I just dug in to it and just to make it certain, but the developer was explicitly putting land aside for affordable housing without even plans for it yet. Oh, so okay, so it is bullshit. So like both sides are villainous in this circumstance. Where like I hate this when both sides are capitalist as fuck in the situation. One, you have the community members that personally think that affordable housing units are actually going to fucking decrease their property value, which they see as an investment vehicle and not just a house that they live inside of as shelter. And then you have a fucking developer, a capitalist developer that's like taking advantage of the well-natured individuals by saying, oh yeah, no, this development is actually great, but we're going to build affordable housing units on top of that, when they're not actually interested in building affordable housing units at all, and they're just setting aside land specifically for the affordable housing units without even fucking building them, okay? So if Dave turns around and in that circumstance says, no, you shouldn't even set land aside for affordable housing units, then he's the worst in this situation. That's incredibly fucking reactionary. If Dave's position is, what the fuck are you guys doing? You're not gonna fucking just send land aside. You have to build affordable housing units. That's fucking bullshit. And the main development should not be made specifically for $300,000 to $600,000 housing units, which is like price adjusted to the region, but instead cheaper, okay, then that makes sense. So I know for a fact that Dave Chappelle loves Yellow Springs. He does. He literally, he does. Like, he might even personally think that he's doing the right thing for the people that are surrounding him in Yellow Springs. It just happens to be that the people that are surrounding him
Not exactly. I mean, he might think that, but it doesn't.
Yellow Springs are...
Like, honestly, it's just like, you know, to try to, like, you know, do this intimidation tactic of, like, I'm gonna, like, you know, basically divest, you know, a lot of, you know, the economy of this region out and, you know, fuck over a lot of people that may, you know, have jobs, you know, that are influenced in, you know, this type of shit. It's not, I mean, then it's just like, it's not, you know, a good thing for them. That's where I grew up. Yeah. Like, he might think that, but fundamentally at the end of the day, it ain't. Because it's just, you know, because overall it fucks over the people that already, you know, live there and shit. And, oh no, God forbid that, you know, a few poor people that might also live there too, you know, have affordable housing units and shit, so they're not homeless.
Business owners that are also against the development project because, or at the very least, against the development projects and the affordable unit part of the development projects.
Tension because comedian Dave Chappelle says he's opposed to it during a public village council meeting earlier this week.
Well, like, in this little, you know, thing in that little town hall and shit, he's saying, like, oh, you want to invest, you know, try to, you know, push this quote-unquote affordable housing stuff, you know, from this $20 million company or whatever, instead of, you know, from the $65 million company, which is him and his brand and shit. You know, versus, you know, going, you know, into, like, this at least half-assed, you know, type of thing, which needs to expand on, instead of, like, using his leverage of trying to expand that even further, you know, with, you know, some actual investments to make, you know, the overall situation when it comes to affordable housing better in that little local area. he's using it as a chess piece of like, hey, I'm gonna pull out all of it and not have anything, for investments into the local economy in this region because, I'm, just because I personally don't like this. Instead of trying to, maybe use some of that leverage to expand on it further, or, even like say, hey, I propose even just a general better idea that's, outside of this. He's just trying to use like, his influence over there to try to be like, hey, if this passes, then I'm out, basically fucking over everyone else that lives there and shit, and cutting out his overall brand and influence and shit, which overall just kind of fucks over the people there who already live there.
That he will pull his business investments from the village if council approves the development. News Center 7's John Bedell talked to the village manager about the proposed plan and...
Which, again, how's that supposed to help them?
Chappelle.
Like, if they, overall went with it and shit, and he did that, it's like, how's that supposed to help the people, that he, supposedly, grew up with and shit? Which, yeah, he did. But it's like, if you're trying to help them, in your good intentions, and you do this shit, then you're actually fucking them over it.
We're here on the south end of Yellow Springs. This is just
typical of anyone that's rich. No proof of your commitment by selling and investing your money there. You get mad when others don't, quote, pay you back as you see fit. Yeah. Again, it's just that type of fucking NIMBY attitude. Overall. It's like, it's like, these polls, aren't trying. It's like it's a moral outrage that, they're, in the situation. It's their individual issue. Like, it's, it's different moral reasonings as to why they're there, not, different systemic issues. So, I don't want, affordable housing, all these different things in my backyard. Not to my backyard, nope. Nope. Can't have that at all. Push them off to the side and, put them in some other little community where I don't have to see them. Put them in the little slums over on the other side of town. Time to go for sales switch for lower income housing, my sense, right? I mean, the thing is, I don't even think he proposed any, like, lower income housing or anything like that at all. I mean, like, he's just saying that, like, if this, were to go through, that he would just pull, of his investments and shit out of, different local businesses that are in the area, which fucks him over. And from what I understand, overall, the, affordable housing, isn't even necessarily 100% anyway, because it's mostly just, single-family home units, and that doesn't necessarily, overall help everybody, when it comes to the affordable housing issue. So it's like, if anything, that type of shit needs to just be overall expanded, not just, like, utterly shut down and just like, nope, it's not good enough. Blech. It's like, well, if it ain't good enough, just expand the damn shit. Like, make it so it is better and more good enough. Instead of just being like, nope, I'm shutting it down and I'm gonna, like, cut everything off and just be like, yeah, taking my pie and going home with it. It's like, well, wouldn't it be better in an investment in the long run, even for your own little, like, local business that you're investing in, to have more affordable housing and shit across the board? Because that just means there's more money and more people in that little economy, thus even more jobs and potentially even more expansions of those local businesses too. I mean, there's a lot of different shit that can be implied, affordable housing actually could be a benefit, to the, to Chappelle even, and to all this type of shit. But yeah, he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna divest everything and, pull my investments in these businesses out and stuff. And they don't owe him anything. Well, yeah. I mean, overall, they don't. But if he has, like, this, type of relationship with these different businesses and is willing to just say, fuck you now to all of them just because of this one thing that really, overall, they don't necessarily have any control over, that's something that, says more about him versus, the overall situation itself. Because it's just like, you're willing to basically, just cut off, other other people's, like, investments that help their company a little bit when it comes to, like, whether it's like some bistro or like a bar or whatever the fuck it is, just because, you know, some affordable housing initiative. It's like, what? I mean, that's more of a scumfuck move, you know, overall than just a general, you know, thing in itself. Because, like, you know, overall, I don't have a problem or necessarily caring, you know, about him investing in, you know, these different businesses in the first place. But if he's willing to just basically cut them off just over this type of shit, it's like, what? Temporary financial assistance during pandemic. I imagine, well, I don't know what specifically, to be fair, but I imagine it's probably like, you know, at this point, because of COVID, I'm sure that's a part of it, but I'm sure he actually does have, like, legitimate, like, investments or maybe, like, some partial ownership to maybe some of these companies and stuff, and maybe has a couple of subsidiaries, you know, maybe to, like, some bigger brand that he owns. I mean, I don't know. I mean, honestly, you know, overall, I really don't know, like, all the nitty-gritty details of that. But, I mean, I imagine it's probably, you know, like, via means of, like, you know, investments of, like, hey, you know, I'll, you know, invest in your company in this way and shit and blah, blah, blah. And you can, you know, advertise me and my brand and that type of shit. But I don't fucking know. You know, when it comes to nitty gritty about that type of shit specifically. Take advantage of wealth to get your way. Yeah. I mean, that's really about it. You know, it's just like him using his influence as, you know, someone who's rich, you know, to basically push this, like, more NIMBY attitude just because he doesn't like the idea of it overall, instead of trying to make it, you know, better or expand it. I mean, honestly, that's really my main, you know, fucking issue with it, you know, overall. It's like, especially if, you know, somebody who, you know, in a lot of his different, like, you know, comic sets and all that type of shit, you know, as somebody who's an advocate for the poor, especially, you know, like, poor black communities and shit like that, it's like, then why wouldn't you be, you know, favorite one to expand this type of shit? Instead of just being like, nah, gonna pull everything out just because you don't like it, if it goes through. It's like, what? It's like, what? It's like, what is this type of fucking attitude? Maybe other companies more work than he is. Well, I mean, from what I understand, I mean, you know, it's not necessarily, you know, the case because, you know, they're not, you know, going all the way when it comes to the whole affordable housing issue. It being mainly, like, you know, single family home units versus, like, you know, like different, like, little duplexes, you know, triplexes, or even, like, you know, different apartment complexes, stuff like that, that, you know, affordable housing and shit. You know, so there's, like, different things that are in there that, you know, definitely don't, you know, make it all what it's, you know, cracked up to be. Like, you know, there's no real, like, good side, you know, to this overall specific issue and shit. That's why, you know, there's, like, the whole thing about him being like, hey, you can use your, you know, influence and leverage to actually try to expand this type of shit versus just being like, no, you know, it's like, it ain't happening, you know, just because, you know, I don't like it. So, you know, if it does happen, I'm going to pull everything out. Or at least, you know, divest, you know, in this area. Marks about LGBTQ. Yeah, about the whole, you know, about his, like, turf comments and shit. Which now, at this point, it seems like, you know, at least for today, or at least yesterday, or whenever this, you know, popped up, you know, it's now, like, the next latest thing and shit. But, I mean, again, you know, to be fair, I don't know, like, every single tiny little nitty-gritty detail about it, but, I mean, you know, from a general gist, from my understanding, you know, overall, there's not really any good sides of it, because, you know, what Dave Chappelle's saying, and then, you know, especially, you know, what's been kind of reverberated from that, and then, you know, from the actual proposal itself, not going nowhere near enough. So, it's, I mean, overall, it's just, I mean, it's just, you know, another, really fundamentally kind of another little distraction bullshit and shit, but it just, it's why I kind of feel like, you know, it seems like, you know, a bunch of, he was trying to be like, see, we're doing stuff, that's good. But then just kind of bitching about each other about it. It's like, ugh. But, I don't know. Maybe I'll get a better understanding, hearing what, Zahn says about it.
It's the site where a new housing development would go if this current proposal goes through, and it's creating some controversy here in the village.
Okay, if that's where, like, the development is going on and shit in that literal empty field of nonsense, okay, oh my god.
And calls for single-family duplexes and townhomes to be built at the corner of Hyde and Spillin Roads. It's about a 2.5-mile drive from downtown Yellow Springs. Comedian Dave Chappelle didn't say specifically why he was opposed to the...
Bro, people are gonna get mad at me, but like, I am literally the most libertarian Andy when it comes to fucking Ohio and shit, okay? Bro, it's Yellow Springs, Ohio. Like, what? It's a fucking cornfield. Like, what are you preserving, dog? Build fucking housing in that cornfield right now, okay? Like, build fucking housing in that cornfield right now. Like, right this very moment. Build it yesterday. What the fuck are you doing? What are you preserving, dude? The corn? The ugly-ass fucking field? Is that what you're preserving? Bro, I live in Los Angeles, and in this fucking city, they take down beautiful monuments, okay? This is a city with some fucking history. They take down fucking churches and...
Okay, they do it in my tiny-ass little, bloated-ass little small town over here, too. So, I mean, it's not just LA where they do this shit.
Condominiums in its place. Ugly ass,
yeah,
brutal.
No, they do here too.
They pop up left.
There's like an old ass, like fucking cool little automotive garage place that was here since like I was like even before I was fucking like a goddamn like sperm cell in a fucking egg. I swear to God. And it got taken down for a bunch of condominiums and a fucking like little small businesses on the first floor or whatever the fuck. It's like what? I mean, now the famous little like sign for it is at the little this tiny ass little museum that's not too far away from me that has like different little artifacts from the local area and shit. It's over there now on the outside, and it's like, man, son of a bitch. I didn't think I was gonna see it there, but now it is. It's like, no. Now it's a bunch of fucking like condominiums and shit. It's like, boo, boo.
And afraid of a fucking cornfield that doesn't even have corn on it? Build some fucking houses there now! Are you fucking kidding me?
Go off, King!
This during a virtual village council meeting this week.
I just want to say I'm adamantly opposed to it. Obviously, I live behind the development or the proposed development.
He was one of the businesses who spoke against the plan at the public meeting.
I do have many...
You live behind those blighted ass shitty fucking cornfields? Bitch, then why are you fucking whining? Like at the very least, fucking put a park there or something, for fuck's sake. Oh my god, oh, okay, I hate everything about this. The more I'm starting to kind of, know more about this and get enlightened, the more I'm hating this. I hate everything about this. I hate everybody.
In town.
All sides suck.
If you push this thing through, what I'm investing in is no longer applicable.
For perspective, Chappelle keeps an office in downtown Yellow Springs and has at least 2 redevelopment projects in the works there.
How's having more affordable housing whatever.
Reported last year, his company bought this former firehouse on Corey Street and is converting it into a comedy club and restaurant. Plus, just down the road on Dayton Street, Chappelle's company owns this old schoolhouse. There's plans to renovate it, and
it literally just fucking feels like he wants to preserve the beauty of that town that he's living in, right? I mean, I don't mean to come across like a fucking asshole and be like, I just don't even understand why he would what's the problem? You don't want fucking more housing is gonna help your fucking comedy club. I'm just saying. Spoke to a city council member who voted for the proposal and said Chappelle never specified a reason for wanting it killed. She said the proposal failed because of Chappelle's threats to pull his business from the town. This is Chappelle's fiefdom, for the record. He owns this town, straight up. I know for a fucking fact. I just don't know why he would not want this building to, even if he's trying to fucking build a comedy aesthetic, or not a comedy aesthetic, sorry. Even if he's trying to build a fucking comedy shop there, that's gonna happen. You guys are being childish. You're doing that fucking 14-year-old anarchist shit again, where you go, he's a real estate developer now, shut up, capitalist. What the fuck are you talking about? If he's a straight up cappy, then he would be literally very much in favor of fucking building housing units, no matter what it is. I don't know if you know this or not, but like capitalists love building. That means more inventory, more people will come to build, more people will come to fucking live there. It just actually feels like he wants to preserve the small town vibes of his small town, and he wants to keep it.
It kind of feels like the whole, like, you know, yeah, keeping things traditional small town vibe a little bit. It's like that, not my backyard vibe. I mean, it's just like, yeah, I want to keep things traditional in the way it was, like, I grew up in. So keep everything else that's new and fucking unusual and I don't know and familiarize myself with out the fuck out. Yeah, boo. It's like, it just feels like that shit. I mean, really. I mean, because instead of, you know, having more affordable housing where, you know, people that, you know, need fucking homes and shit could potentially move there and even potentially even boost the economy there because of that, which, you know, via, like, jobs and more money circulating to different businesses in there and, you know, the whole shebang, it's like, that. You know, there'll be a bunch of too many unusual things going on. I need to preserve the way things are because I grew up here and I want to stay the same like I grew up as a child here, bit. It's like, oh my god. Boo. Boo. Like, if it really is just like this weird emotional feeling of like, I need to, you know, have like the same type of vibe in this town the way I was growing up. It's like, I mean, it's like, fuck. I mean, fuck, if I can't get that, then neither can you, boy. Like, sorry. Like, I mean, there's plenty of fucking things around here I wish could, you know, be preserved, but get, you know, turned into, converted into, like, little condominiums or little apartments or duplexes or whatever the fuck. I mean, not that it's not needed and shit, but, like, they're not affordable by any means. Like, I've looked at these places, and they're, like, they're ridiculous. It's like, what? How can anyone afford these? Huh? I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, sorry, bro, but, like, I mean, just, you know, being like, nah, we must preserve things, you know, the way they are. It's like, that's not it. It's not, like, I mean, sorry. I mean, you have to change shit. Like, things have to develop. Things need to expand, you know, to a certain degree. And that includes having more affordable housing so people can have, I don't know, roofs over their head.
Bezos isn't building houses for the poor on his new...
And sorry if they, you know, come from different places and aren't like the same people that, you know, used to, you know and grow up with, and now you're seeing their kids and all this other bullshit and yada yada. Like, yeah, guess what? Like, oh no, I mean, you don't see the same people that you used to grow up with all the time in the same town and shit. Because guess what? Things change.
Wait, what? But Jeff Bezos is not against fucking, like, building. What do you mean? Jeff Bezos still wants housing units. The fuck are you talking about? Let's say Jeff Bezos isn't one of the richest people on the planet. Let's say...
Wait, was someone trying to make a quip that, like, wait, huh? Of course, was someone trying to make a quip about, like, oh, Bezos wanted to decide, wait, huh? Or, I don't, okay, wait, hold on, what? Go back, like, what, 10 seconds here?
Is not against fucking, like, building small town, and he wants to keep it like a fiefdom. Okay. Bezos isn't building houses for the poor on his new property either. Awful take. Wait, what? But Jeff Bezos...
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I see it right there. It's, Bezos isn't building houses for the poor on his new... Huh? He's trying to establish company towns. Like, he wants poors, like, you know, in certain little areas that he can control to make his own little fucking fiefdoms for his little Amazon fulfillment centers and shit like that. So, like, he can have more control over his fucking work, like, huh? Like, he's trying to do that type of shit in fucking Nevada. Like, what? Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, of course he does.
Against fucking, like, building? What do you mean? Jeff Bezos still wants housing units. The fuck are you talking about? Let's say Jeff Bezos isn't one of the richest people on the planet. Let's say...
And also, yeah, I mean, there's like, even, like, more upper middle class and, you know, rich fucks and shit that, you know, can buy from his real estate, too, that, you know, he could profit off of as well. I mean, yes, it's like, huh? That don't even make sense. What type of take is that? What motherfucker is coming out there with a take like that? Like, huh?
He has a
Okay.
restaurant. Some motherfuckers need to eat at that restaurant, and some motherfuckers need to work at that restaurant. So if you're building a fucking restaurant, it's actually good for you to then have additional developments occurring in that fucking neighborhood, because one, the restaurant and its property value is going to increase, okay? And two, there's going to be more people to work at your restaurant. And three, there's going to be more people to eat at your restaurant. My mom literally worked on this for over a year and was for the affordable housing, and now she's getting death threats on her work phone from Dave Chappelle hate.
Wait, what the fuck? For this. Well, I feel bad for their mom. Holy shit. Worked on this for over a year and was for the affordable housing. Jesus. I mean, what the fuck? I guess it doesn't necessarily say anything about Chappelle. It's just his fans being, or at least some of his fans, you know, happen to be aware of her or some shit. Are just like, fuck you, bitch. Oh my god. What a world.
Yeah, there's a chatter in here who talked about how her mom or their mom works for this. This honestly just seems like they don't want the town to get bigger. Like it literally feels like they are.
Are his nails pink? Dude, Chad, move. Base.
Are very protective over their town, and they don't want the town to get bigger. But if they're specifically opposing sorry to that chatter's mom, but it does kind of seem, you know, fucked up that they're not actually building affordable housing units, and they're just building more housing units that will be price adjusted to the to whatever the regular rent is there. But it does feel like they just want to keep the town small and don't want like additional urban sprawl. They just don't want like growth in the town at all and keep it tiny. But the problem is Dave Chappelle is part of the reason why the town is growing. That's just how it works. If you fucking hype up your town, then more people want to come there, and there's going to be more need for housing. And if the house...
Well, that's why there's a tourist industry. They don't want necessarily people moving there. They want it to be a tourist destination. That's kind of the thing. At least Dave Chappelle kind of sees it like that. He doesn't want people moving there. He just wants people visiting. So, like, he wants people visiting and showing up there, you know, temporarily, and maybe staying at one of the hotels that might be there for a night or two, but not living there. I mean, he wants to kind of keep the actual town itself, you know, from what I'm saying, at least so far, you know, relatively, like, the same as how he kind of grew up as a kid and shit, but not have people actually move there because, you know, of him and his, you know, celebrityship status and his influence, you know, being kind of like, oh, this is where Chappelle grew up, and... you know, I can potentially meet him, you know, and go to one of his comedy, you know, club shows and blah, 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 you know, all this and that. Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's like a double-edged sword type of thing. It's like in this weird way to try to keep the town in a sense of like how you grew up with it as. It's like, I mean, considering your celebrityship status, it's like you're kind of hoisting yourself by your own petard there, Chappelle, a little bit. Again, it's like, honestly, it's why I think it's more frustrating that he doesn't just, you know, actually, you know, expand the whole affordable housing thing idea, because it's like, dude, it's just like, I mean, do you not realize that, you know, things just are going to change and evolve, and that includes your town, too, that you grew up in? That includes that place, too, there, bud. I mean, it's not going to be the same old hunky-dory place and shit. Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's honestly, overall, it's not bad that, you know, tries to, you know, buy some of these old properties and renovate them and shit, but, like, I mean, it's not going to be just all the, you know, same little small-town vibe, you know, entirely. Like, it's going to expand, especially now more than ever, like, affordable housing is such an important thing that people need to, you know, get access to. Now they're just like, you know, more and more people getting homeless like pretty much every damn day. I mean, so it's like, what the fuck? I mean, you can't just, you know, preserve this old vibe, you know, that you've grown up with forever. I mean, you can't protect this whole, like, you know, traditional, you know, thing that you grew up with forever, dude. You gotta, like, you gotta evolve out of it. I mean, at least, you know, from what I'm saying, so, I mean, it doesn't seem necessarily that, okay, so it seems like from what I'm getting, it's not necessarily just, like, the affordable housing. It's not really inherently that. It's more that he's trying to protect, like, this you know, town he grew up in, and it's like, oh yeah, you know, like this is how I grew up in with, and I don't want it to change, you know, and he just doesn't want, like, you know, this different, you know, different people changing that up, and, you know, and all this and that. He just wants it to be kind of this tourist place that people can visit and check out and see how he kind of grew up with and shit, and, you know, see the town how, as he grew up with, instead of just letting it expand naturally, as, you know, all towns will and do, including this one, regardless if he tries to stop it or not. You know, it's like, I mean, and at least, you know, a way to win about it is even more dickish too, because, like, you know, even, let's say it did go through anyway, to pretty much, like, cut off investments to these different businesses, you know, because that's, like, that's even more of a fuck you move to the people there. Versus, you know, trying to keep it as is and keep people out, in a sense, by not having, you know, a housing development, whether it's affordable or not, to be frank at that point. Obviously, rather it be, you know, affordable housing where, you know, it could be accessible to anyone who needs to have a roof over their damn head, but, I mean, still, it's just like, bruh. I mean, you could have been, you know, you could have been the good side on this issue, but now there's just, like, straight up no good sides on this front. Because the, you know, development, yeah, at least, you know, still from my stand from that shit, is not nowhere near enough, and it's still kind of shitty. And he's, you know, still kind of, he's kind of having this more reactionary take about it. It's like, bruh. At least, you know, from what I initially was getting from, it does seem as, like, you know, this, like, anti-housing reactionary take as I'm initially thinking of, but still, it's just like, dude, it's not a good look. It just isn't.
Up, then, you know, someone needs to build more houses. I do some of the brickwork in the shopping area, and I hear people talk about how they come there because they heard Dave Chappelle talk about it. Yeah, Dave Chappelle is unironically responsible for that development happening. He hyped it up too much. He didn't work in the shopping area, and
housing is good if it's a tower that no one lives in. It's bad when poor people live in. Dave is a rich guy, class all dirty. I mean, yeah. I mean, especially when he has, like, so much influence that he does. I mean, he could legitimately use that money to help try to expand, you know, people's, you know, ability to access housing by expanding this type of shit. Honestly, I think that's why, you know, this gripes me as much as it does still, you know, like, just because, like, dude, especially if you, you know, posit yourself, especially when it comes to, you know, poor black people in this country, when it comes to, you know, the oppression that happens, you know, due to these systemic issues and shit. I mean, wouldn't you be in favor of these things? Or at least expanding them and making them better if they're flawed?
Dave Chappelle talk about it? Yeah. Dave Chappelle is unironically responsible for that development happening. He hyped it up too much. He didn't want to keep it a fucking secret. And now, there's more demand. Prices are fucking increasing. There's a limited amount of supply that they want to keep limited. I don't think those, like, people in that small town are, like, thinking about it from an investment point of view, where they're just like, I don't want my investment vehicle in fucking Yellow Spring to maintain its value. Like, I think they just don't want the town to get bigger. That is definitely a problem in places like Los Angeles, where, like, if we're talking about a city, if we're talking about, like, big cities where there's like very finite amount of space, then yes, they don't want that. They do not want their fucking property value to decrease. They want to keep it high. But I don't think that's, like, how it works in Ohio, when, you know, yeah, the population density is, like, insane. Parts of Ohio where there's a population per square mile is like 10, dude. It's 10,000, right? It's not actually.
Oh my god, look at that.
Actually 10. Please tell me it's not just 10.
Oh my god, straight up some of these places. Wait, what's the blue? Hold on, let me go back a little bit. What's the blue even?
Insane. Parts of Ohio where there's a population per square mile.
Oh wait, hold on, the blue's water. What?
This is 10,000, right? It's not actually 10. Please tell me it's not just 10. Oh my.
There's so much light green. Okay, hold on. Let me try to, okay, hold on. Let me, display this a little bit.
Are you serious? The specific issue was zoning for...
Okay, hold on, let me do this now. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Dark green is one, and like the emerald green, and then like the brighter light. Okay. Oh,
right? It's not actually...
Okay. Mental imaging, yes.
I mean, it's not just 10.
Alright, doesn't look like...
Oh my god.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like it's 1 in anywhere specifically, but there's a lot of, like, 1 through 10. like, I mean, I'm seeing a massive chunk right here, but then there's, like, this tiny-ass little town. Like, these little red dots are basically little towns. Like, the orange and red little areas are just, like, little tiny towns or little, like, essentially villages, basically. Like, I don't know what fucking town is that, but that's a town in Ohio right there, like some big-ass one. And then there's, like, these tiny-ass little ones scattered throughout. But in between that, you got, like, this lime green and then that green that was above the 1. So let me do this real quick just to kind of backtrack just a tad. Here we go.
It's like insane. Parts of Ohio where there's a population per square mile is like 10, dude. This is 10,000, right?
Okay, so the lime green is 50 to 100. And the other green that I was looking at was the 1 for 10 green. Well, I mean, some of the lime green I was looking at is like 25 for 50 or... Oh. I don't see that too much. I just see the 25 for 50 or 50 to 100 lime green. But nonetheless, it's just like, bruh. I mean, there can easily be some, you know, housing development in those very sparse little areas. I mean, it doesn't even have to be like, you know, some major crazy significant areas. It's basically like, all right, we'll have like, you know, a small little town of like 1,000 or 2 people here, you know, a little bit. You know, or, you know, not even that necessarily. Maybe like a town of 500 people or 1,000 people. I mean, just make it a lot of different affordable housing areas and, you know, have this, you know, little specific area or the county that this area is in, you know, have subsidy grants to where there's grants, you know, for people to have small business startups and shit, you know, things like that. I mean, there could be a massive, like, initiative, you know, to expand into these little areas that pretty much have, like, maybe, like, 3 houses in, like, a span of a mile, and they just, like, potentially expand, like, a little small town, you know, from the surrounding area. I mean, it's like, come the fuck on, dude. And that's not even just Ohio. Like, I mean, that can be, like, all sorts of different places. Especially in, like, the flyover states. How about we make the flyover states not flyover states anymore? You know what I mean? Like, have some different little towns where there could be, like, some industry and shit like that there. You know, not even necessarily just industry, but, you know, maybe even, like, you know, just whatever the fuck. I mean, just abilities where people can actually have, like, you know, housing and, you know, and at least some sort of a, you know, standard of living and an opportunity to have a life, you know, at least in these different little areas. Like, honestly, these different flyover states really should have, like, you know, a universal income type of proposal, you know, for the states and shit, because then it can help, you know, get people moving into these different places. He's sleeping over there. What a weirdo. I don't know. Doesn't seem like there's any real, at least for this very specific issue, it doesn't seem like there's any real good side. But fundamentally, there just seems to be not just affordable housing, but like massive public housing initiatives and shit. I mean, honestly, it needs to just be considered a fucking human right anyway. like, people can't necessarily have, like, a basic stable life, you know, at least on a very general foundational degree without having a roof over their damn head. If they don't have that, then they don't have, like, some basic sense of security and aren't going to have, like, you know, this foundational, you know, means of having a life. Because if they're so, unstable in their lives to the point where they're homeless, and, I mean, how are they going to be able to, you know, fulfill all this other shit that they, you know, for the life, whether, you know, from self-actualization to socializing, you know, having friends and all this other bullshit. I'm kind of doing an old dance, goddammit. Zuzuka. Come here, buddy. Pop up a little tune here for a second, y'all. Go to the bathroom real quick. Oh, look at you. Oh, you're squeezing. Oh my god. Jesus. Oh my god. Blech. Whoa. Got one of the dogs outside moving. Come here, boy. Come here. Zukov. Ah! Oh my God! Oh, who's a good boy? Wow. Who's a good boy? Oh my God. Zooks, really? Here. You have to catch it. Come on. Good boy. Starting to catch things in midair now. Starting to be that smart. Love it. God, he's a really smart noodle. He's probably hearing the dog that's boofing outside. Zukov started to run around and all that shit, and all of a sudden it was like a whoo! Like a couple houses down, I was like, oh, Zukov, you are now starting to get all the dogs active. I'm starting to think like every house within like a block radius has a dog. Because I swear, like everybody that I'm like live around, literally all my next door neighbors do, for sure. I know that much. They all have dogs. Which, as soon as he starts getting real hormonal, oh man, he's probably going to be a real nutcase.
Look at you. You're so cute. You're such a little puppy.
I'm starting to get questions on when you're getting neutered, and I don't know when I should do that with you. I'm at least gonna wait a little bit. I'll wait until you're a year old. I'll wait until around December. Not December, September. I don't know, maybe I'll wait until the end of the year. Give us some time to develop and all that. Develop fully and all that shit. Sweet little boy. Oh shit. It's like I thought I released a new video earlier today. Why millions of Americans are quitting their jobs. It has a little 19-minute and 11-second video on it, but I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory with me, like, at least to me at this point. Well, honestly, it seems like at this point every month it's like a record high of like workers quitting or getting laid off or just walking out on the job and shit like that. It's like, hey, a little bit low-key down with that. I could get boogie with it. He got the cutest little puppy eyes. You need to stop it with your puppy eyes. They're too cute. They're not acceptable. Unacceptable puppy eyes. At least they're not sociopathic, incestuous, fucklust eyes like your fucking older brother, dude. If you had those eyes, we'd have issues. I'll never let... I guess I'm not really letting Logan up on it, but it's more or less not letting Vito up on that one. I'm not gonna fucking let him down on that one. I mean, poor Vito, but you fucking freak. You're the one who enacted on everything. I guess... I mean, Jazzy, though, too. I mean, she's the one who just kind of let him do it. It's like, oh, no. Oh. It's like, fuck, dude. Gross. It's like, Zukov is at least, because he's still a puppy, being just like, I want to be your friend with it. At least with her. But holy shit, Zukov is all like, nah, that's my bitch. It's like, fuck. It's like, dude, bruh, that's your sister. No. The sociopathic, fucking incestuous, fuckless eyes, dude. I will not forget. He just has those eyes now. It's like, oh my god. What a little nut. Trying to catch a nut. But not a good one. It's like, man. I swear, if I catch Zukov starting to do that shit, I mean, he kind of already is. Like, he's kind of gone on, like, a little lickety-lick mode. It's like, no, stop it. I don't need you to start learning from your brother, bro. I mean, his brother, though, like, his older brother is straight up like, I'm about to fuck, you know, kind of, like, behavior going on when he's doing it. Zukov is just like, oh, I smell this. And this is something that I should acknowledge. I shall lick. I'm still a puppy. I mean, so he's still kind of a goof. Still aloof about it, luckily. But I ain't gonna last long. Like, given like another month or two, that's gonna change pretty quick. No. You sweet boy. Yeah, how long am I streaming for? 3 hours, 15 minutes. I'll probably call it at the 4-hour mark. Sweet little Zukov. Too much of a sweet boy. His cuteness is seriously and very significantly unconditional and ridiculous. And of course, it needs to be addressed, but no court will accept the case. It's like the system is, it's like, you know, even before he was born, he, like, you know, co-opted the entire system. It's like this little son of a bitch. It's like, man. It's unfortunate. it's just co-opted it all. Like, I couldn't get the Supreme Court, couldn't get the Nuremberg, couldn't get the Hague, couldn't get anybody, dude. Not even like the Chinese court system or anything. Nothing. It's like, fuck. I mean, how are you supposed to, like, deal with that shit, you know? Well, I could do some vigilante. I could do some vigilante. How am I butchering this? Vigilante justice. There we go. But that would just. But then I look like the bad guy, and I don't want to do that. So it's just like, what the fuck? What the hell? Oh no, I starting to look like a croissant. He's looking like a croissant that got burnt in the oven. Sweet boy. Anyway. Not all good for the rest of this lovely little evening. Of course, I'll be around for that next one, so peace out, and I'll see you all then. New fresh beginning, wherever that shall be.